I'll call the meeting to order.
Yeah, he's got it.
Oh, yeah. At 6:30-ish. Thank you, everybody, for coming. First of all, I want to appreciate everybody's effort to help us through this process. You know, I think Renee and the town team has been pulling a lot of good information together. Certainly our fire department and folks helping us gather a lot of information. Town of Charlotte, the town of Richmond. We had a committee that worked hard on this and brought in a lot of information and helped us gather a lot more questions. And we actually looked at going out and getting a consultant to help us with this because it's pretty complicated. But we were very fortunate to have Robert Plant Zeke help us. So I do want to acknowledge he's given us a lot of help and a lot of good information and helped us with a lot of the questions. So we certainly appreciate that.
And we've also had assistance from other ambulance transport services within Chittenden County. So thank you to everyone, all of our neighbors. This has definitely been helpful. We've realized we have a lot of support in the area.
So you'll notice there's 4 of us up here. So one is missing. Aaron's not here. So he was resigning from the board, and the board looked and said, what are our options? And one option is we could appoint somebody for the remainder of his term. The board said, no, let's not do that. It would be better to have an election. And we have an election coming up, so the timing is pretty good for that. And so Aaron was just going to stay in his position until the election, but Missy downstairs dusted off some regulations or some laws about this and said you really can't appoint or have an election until the person, you can't even announce it until the person is actually resigned, not, just in case, I think at the last minute they choose not to resign, and now you have 2. So, so he's now resigned as of 2 days ago. And so the board will appoint a replacement, temporary replacement until town meeting day. And we will do that at our next meeting. So we've posted that. It's open to everybody. My understanding is Aaron also is interested in serving out the rest of his term, so he will come, but we would, you know, it will be open for anybody who wants to apply. So you would tell Renee, the town administrator, maybe have a resume or something that we get to know who you are. And that position, the expectation is we would appoint that until through town meeting night, and then the following day would be the election. There's 3 positions. That one position would be 2 years remaining of a 3-year term. Okay? Yes?
Can you just clarify, then candidates can submit a petition to get on the town meeting ballot?
Yes. Okay, so if you want to get on the ballot, you've got to have a petition, 30 signatures by the 25th.
January 27th.
27th.
Quick.
So, yeah,
And on
it
the
is
top
quick.
of your petition, you need to list what position you're running for. So if is it the 3-year term, is it the 2-year term, or is it the 2 years remaining of a 3-year term?
Okay, good question. All right. So first item on the agenda is additions or deletions to the agenda.
I do need executive session.
Okay. So our executive session, if we were to go into executive session, it would be the last item on the agenda. Any public comment besides what's already on our agenda? Okay. So for the first item, this is the second of 3 meetings concerning the ambulance transport services. Last week, we looked at options and asked questions about possibly contracting out the service. So we had presentations, and we've had proposals from both Charlotte and Richmond, who would essentially divide the town and provide that service. So tonight, the focus is having the fire department run an ambulance service, get the equipment and additional training, whatever that might be, and provide that service along with the EMT service. So I don't know if you want to come right up and, yeah.
Guest of honor seats.
And anyone else from your
Do you want to
group?
bring, there you go.
Thank you all for coming. Get that out of the way. So we put together this proposal. I think that, a lot of thought has been put into this, obviously. A lot of effort, as you mentioned. It's always been the goal of the fire department to provide the services the town needs. So, you want to go with the first one? You want to run the collector?
Yeah, sure. So,
Maybe just introduce yourself, I guess, yeah.
yeah, so I'm Robert Plant, and I don't live in Hinesburg. I'm a Shelburne resident, but I'm a taxpayer in this town as well, just put that out there. And my role in this was I was approached by the town to try and help figure out if it's a feasibility, if it would work in the town, and try and find some solutions to this issue of St. Michael's not being able to provide that coverage for the town of Hinesburg anymore. So that's really my role.
And your experience in this?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I'm 30 years in the fire and EMS world, 22 plus now in the city of Burlington, where I'm a deputy fire chief, and we have both a fire-based ambulance there, so we do fire and EMS, and that's where a lot of my experience comes. Before that, I did several years down in the town of Charlotte on the volunteer rescue service down there as well, and Iroquois First Response when I was really young. So that's my background. So this started with an ambulance committee that was put together by the town, and these are the folks that participated on that committee and really started the steering direction of this investigation into how to approach this. And I think it just needs to get some credit here for these folks that did some of that initial work. If you don't have a background, it can be a daunting task, and they certainly took it seriously and asked a lot of the right questions. One of the things that came out of some of those meetings, and I wasn't involved in this initially, it wasn't until a couple meetings in that I got involved at the request of the town, but these are some of the objectives that I thought were important for this presentation that came up in some of these meetings that people brought forth, both from the public and as part of this steering committee. And so exploring different possibilities for the ambulance was one, whether it's the town of Hinesburg or whether it would be an outside agency. Developing a fiscally responsible option for a transport service within the town. Identifying the strategies that would improve transparency between the fire department. I think when you talk about expenditures and revenue, coming into the town, being fiscally responsible is a big deal, and having that transparency is important. Developing a project schedule with measurable benchmarks to ensure that when the process begins, you have good measurement on it, and you're going to be able to meet that endpoint when you desire. Identifying a response model that allows continuous coverage during transports to the University of Vermont Medical Center. So, there'll be times when the ambulance is en route to the hospital, somebody still needs to be around to cover those other calls that may overlap. So,
Yeah, and that really, our goal for that is it really won't look probably any different than it does today. You'll still have daytime responders around, and you might say it will fall back to a first responder role when our ambulance is out of town. So then you'll be relying on the matrix to supply an ambulance to the call.
Mutual aid.
Yep.
there would be administrative policies that needed to additionally be built out, and having a process in place to follow. Those are important. Determining a staffing model that addresses peak incident response times. You know, a lot of what people do today is data-driven, so looking at the information that you have in your record management system, when the busy times are, what days of the weeks those are, and staffing appropriately for those times. You may not need somebody on duty 24/7. You may need somebody just to cover peak hours when it's very busy. And so using some information from a record management system is how you can help determine that. Identify a process for handling the transport billing and revenue. That's critical. You need to have accountability for that on many levels, local, state, and federal levels. And there's a process that you can use to do that. And then lastly, identifying the implementation process, regardless of which way the town decides to move, whether it's with an outside ambulance service providing ambulance coverage or whether it's internally. They're all important, and in the end, it's really about the community and making sure that they have a good service here to provide for the town. So those are really what outlines this presentation. A little bit of the history, you know, the department was established in 1943, and Charlie LaBelle was the first fire chief appointed by the Select Board back in the day. In 1945, they purchased their first new fire pumper. That was a long time before I was born, for sure. But the department evolved with the times. In the 1970s, Iroquois First Response was established. There was a need identified by the communities of Williston, St. George, and Hinesburg for medical care, and they were formed with personnel from all towns covering all towns. It was across the border, and they identified it, and that was how they decided to implement it at the time, with St. Mike's providing that ambulance transport service at the time, up until whenever that stops. In the 1980s, we transitioned to high-speed motor vehicle accidents and how to get people out of those. There seemed to be increasing number of vehicle crashes, and we started to adjust with that in the town, buying the first heavy rescue out of South Hero, which was a used ambulance, Type 3 ambulance with a van front that was retrofitted with some of the rescue tools that were needed.
Yep. Yeah, and that really, one of the reasons for that was that the only heavy rescue was in Essex Junction. So again, we had to wait for them to come all the way from Essex Junction to get a critical patient out. So again, it was identifying a need and reacting to it.
So that was the late 80s, 90s when that occurred. And then most recently, there was a little bit of a separation between Iroquois First Response and transition to Hinesburg First Response as Williston started to grow and recognizes the need for their own transport ambulance over there as well. And then today, where we sit with the transport ambulance considerations in front of you. Current situation of the fire department, they maintain a relationship as a municipal department in town. They offer a high level of public safety disciplines for the town. That's a variety, you know, they will do hazmat. At the operations level, they will do fire suppression, they will do EMS, vehicle extrication, public safety, some level of domestic preparedness. A lot of the disciplines that go along with most all hazard fire departments. They provided first response capability in conjunction with St. Michael's till today. They provide a fire protection contract and EMS for St. George. That contract, I believe, has been around for quite a long time. They provide plans review for fire protection and design review for buildings that are going to be brought up here in the town of Hinesburg. They maintain all the apparatus, PPE, medical equipment, training certifications, et cetera, the stuff that goes along with everyday maintenance that you have to do to keep your department up and running. Their volunteer time over the last year was 6,677 hours. That's volunteer time of training, response hours, and there's a few items that are not included in there. This information comes from Shelburne Dispatch. This is 2016 to 2019 response volume in fiscal years. And as you can see, their totals range, you know, right around 422 to 475. and fall somewhere in there. So, not an insignificant amount of responses that they go on. The bulk of those, EMS, and that's not an unusual trend in the emergency response world.
Yeah, we're running just under 80% EMS calls.
This is, I know this slide is a little bit small, and I apologize for that. The incident response type by primary care provider impression, this was gathered from the state siren record management system. And there are a variety of calls clearly that the first response agency in this town responds to. The ones in the light brown represent calls that a transport sooner rather than later could make a difference. Now, not all of them, you will have variations by call type on whether those are critical or not, but those care provider impressions in the light brown represent those types of calls. I thought this was an interesting number, and I put it up here. This is St. Michael's EMS transport data that they sent to the town for 28 and 2019. And if you look at the mutual aid numbers into Hinesburg, they went from 28 where they needed mutual aid to come in to 52 in 2019. That is, I would think, in part because of the system getting busier and busier. St. Michael's, covers an area besides Hinesburg, and I would imagine there are times when they are already out on calls and needed to call that mutual aid.
So probably part of the reason they've decided to back off, because they said they've been getting busier and busier. And that's true for all the services around us.
Absolutely, yeah.
In Burlington too?
Yeah, we continue to get busier in Burlington as well. That's correct. And so here, this side represents incidents by day of the week from 16 to 18. Saturday has been the busiest, but as you can see on a more level basis, Monday through Friday, the majority of the calls for the week, right? That's daytime usually. Monday through Friday, people are traveling to and from work. You're on a pretty good thoroughfare here on 116, headed into the Burlington area. This represents incidents by time of day. This clearly between 7 o'clock in the morning and I would say 6 o'clock at night are the peak times of the day when most of these calls are occurring. I cannot say 100%, but I would wager a guess that in other communities they are seeing similar numbers like this during the day when people are up and moving about in their communities. So one of the things when I got involved in this, it's easy to subjectively say that your department is good or bad, or this is what the most important thing is for the community. But more objectively is when you ask the question to other people to see what their opinion is. And so I did just a couple surveys, one for the department and one for the public. 38 people from the department responded to this, and what it shows really is, and this is another tough slide to read, I know, that light blue line in the middle represents emergency medical services. That seemed to be the highest priority for people in the organization, followed by the yellow bar, which represents fire suppression, and then fire prevention, rescue, and then down from there through public fire education, prevention, domestic preparedness, and community risk reduction. And really what that was looking at is, do people think EMS is important in their department, in the community, from internally in the department? This fire department.
I'm sorry, so where did the data come from again?
So it was a survey that was sent out to personnel in the fire department, is where that came from. So this was just a plain yes or no question about whether they supported a transport service within the department. There was over 90% of the personnel said yes, and then there was less than 10%, about 5% that said no. Just informational piece. This is the department membership as of this week. Emergency medical responders, there were 10. The EMTs were 15, advanced 5, and 1 paramedic. And then as a note, 2 additional members are enrolled in an AMT program now. And the intent would be if there were paid personnel and they were hired in, they would be hired at an advanced EMT level to develop some more numbers there. That's correct, Al, right?
Yep. Yeah, and it does, surprisingly, we had 2 people join last week that are already trained. So, I mean, we're seeing that trend as this conversation continues. And kind of what I've said all along is there are people in the community that are interested in being on an ambulance, but really don't like first response. And it really is showing itself, you know, as the conversation goes on. So.
Staffing availability, this was just showing how many people would be available for day shifts and night shifts. And as you can see, the day time period is lighter than the nights. And then that bottom line represents personnel that just don't have medical certification. Weekly coverage, weekdays versus weekends. Just see if people were available on weekends only. The large percentage indicated that they were not and would be available for other shifts, whereas a little over 20% indicated that they would not be. And just as an informational piece again, just asking personnel in the department if they have any experience on an ambulance, because there would need to be a transition piece there, probably a mentoring piece, to bring people up to speed on what really occurs between the scene and the hospital and post-hospital delivery of the patients. That would be important. And so about 25% of personnel that have medical training indicated that they have transport experience on an ambulance, with the balance being no. I actually thought that was pretty decent for an organization that doesn't have an ambulance. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is a proposed organizational structure. One of the objectives that was identified at some of those ambulance meetings, both from the public and I don't remember if there was somebody on the ambulance committee that pointed it out or not, but was transparency between the fire department and the community. So this organizational structure would hopefully try to address a little bit of that. On the top, you have the taxpayers, and right below them is the select board and town administrator. And then below them, which is something that they don't currently have in their organizational structure, is a citizen public safety board. And that would be an avenue for the fire chief to meet on a regular basis, give updates on the fire and EMS side of things, present things like policy development, advancements in the fire department, maybe discipline issues that may have happened or need to happen, or get some guidance from the board on how to handle a situation. And again, that would be made up of some citizens, and they would report directly to the select board as well. And then below that is the fire chief and the department head on one side, the emergency management on the other. And then the different positions that go along with adding a transport ambulance service to that organization. Some sort of person in a leadership position that would oversee the different facets of the EMS, whether it's training, whether it's ambulance billing and revenue, monitoring, all those different pieces, supplies, logistics, the maintenance of the ambulance, so on and so forth.
So this Public Safety Board, did Charlotte say they had something similar to this? Or who else?
Well, they have a corporate, I think they have a, right,
Okay,
Rob? It's just-
right,
you're
they're
basically a corporate
nonprofit.
structure.
Yeah.
We have a corporate structure with citizens and select board representatives on that.
Right.
Any other questions on that?
Nope.
One of the questions that was brought forth was about apparatus management, and this is really just a shuffle of apparatus. And Al, if you want to talk about this.
Yep, absolutely. Currently we use Med 100 as our response vehicle. Our thoughts are, even again, like we talked about in the beginning, there's still going to have to be response Currently, what we do is we run the mini pumper in this case, as the backup EMS truck if there's a second call. I think last year we had 68 times we had 2 calls at once. And, 5 years ago, we had maybe 2 times we had double calls. Now we've gone into we're having 3 calls at a time. So, one of our objectives would be obviously is we still need that second truck able to go to an EMS call. So, we think that probably the best thing rather than running a full truck, fire truck every time would be to maintain Med 100 for a while and use that as that backup truck. And put it in the old fire station, which we have a lot of stuff stored. And in fact, that's where we used to run the EMS truck out of when we had the Durango, and actually this truck too, for a long time, we ran out of that location when we had the extra trucks down at the main station. So it really would give us the ability, to have that, not a full-size truck going to all the EMS calls. Not to say, now it's going to be on the 3rd call, it will get the fire truck. So that's really the objective here, is to try to lessen the impact on the fleet and wear and tear.
So the staffing model would be volunteer personnel, stipend shifts, weekends, and weekday nights. And again, that's based on some of those peak response times and the lower number of personnel that are available during the day. Paid personnel Monday through Friday during those peak hours. Cross-trained personnel, licensed and certified for both fire and EMS disciplines. So this is a little bit different than probably what you've seen in other proposals. But personnel would be able to function in 2 ways. So they're familiar with apparatus in the station, so it's not just maintaining the ambulance and the equipment on there. There would be a 2-faceted approach to this. They could work on fire apparatus as far as equipment, testing apparatus, taking care and maintaining the equipment.
So this is the full-time, we've talked, I think, with an ambulance, 2 to 3 full-time people, whether they're full-time or they're paid. So they would not only be at the, be able to serve in both things in a way. Okay.
Yeah.
Could they have that cross-training?
It's an important, right, it's an important role. And, one of the things where, the volunteers have the highest impact, well, the thing that has the highest impact on them is going to calls, yes, but it's all the peripheral things that you have to do, is the maintaining, the checking of equipment every day. And by having that full-time staff, it should lessen the burden on them at home, you might say, and shift it over to those full-time people so that they have jobs to do, and hopefully that'll extend the time before you get burnout and they end up leaving the department because they're just overwhelmed. So
I do believe Charlotte mentioned this, their full-time folks have this sort of some cross-training and to be able to do both things.
Those folks would come with some level of EMS licensure and then certifications, and that would depend on what you folks would decide, and then there's a candidate physical ability test certification as well, and that would be something that you would need to consider as well. Again, here are some of the things, Al had just started to talk about those, but these are some of the things that, happen day to day in a fire and EMS organization. Driver operators, patient care attendants, transport, equipment operations, record maintenance, plans review, home safety inspections, continuing education, project planning and implementation, quality assurance, quality improvement, which is related to the person, and how they're performing, continuous quality improvement, which would relate to the systems that you have in place, electronic patient care reporting, all those reports that directly reflect to your billing that would go out, EMS, fire, public education, community health initiatives, grant writing initiatives to lessen the burden, the financial burden on the community, with what a lot of times are matching grants at certain levels. Training program management. So this is, it's really the backbone of what we do is training to keep fresh in skills sets and knowledge. And that would be part of their responsibility to develop those programs within the department. Policy development and operating guideline development and review. And, you might think that's an administrative function, and to some degree it is with the finalizing of it, but the folks that are in the street and doing the work are some of the best people to initially develop those operating guidelines because they're in and out of the work every day in the field.
Grassroots development.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was identified in the objectives as well as one of the areas where people seem to have a lot of questions about the billing services. You could do it internally. There are organizations that take care of it themselves, but I think there are benefits to having a third party handle billing and revenue. They do it for a living, and they're very good at it. So, one of the ways I would recommend additional transparency among the organization, should you go internally, is a third-party billing agency. I think there's a lot of benefits to that. But the process would be releasing a request for proposals, posting those wherever you do your normal RFPs, execute a contractual agreement based on net revenue percentage of income on a fee-based schedule. Determine the direct deposit routing system and contact for monthly reconciliation of those, that revenue, and write-offs and adjustments that are made. Monthly financial reporting, and that would be really go directly to whoever would handle the finances in those bank accounts in the town, but also the department head would get that so that they could review it and compare it to what they're seeing daily in their community. And then working with the billing service, whoever that may be, on strategies for improvement and efficiencies to try and make sure, all the T's are getting crossed and the I's are getting dotted. That would be very important. That's a close relationship that ambulance services have with their billing agencies.
So Burlington does this, right? They have an agency they contract with.
We do use a third-party billing, so yeah, we just,
And Charlotte, too, third party, and Richmond, too. So,
Our third-party billing, thanks to Zeke, and saves us money along the way.
I've got just a couple of examples. People wanted to know, are we going to get the right reports? Are we going to get a report once a year on an annual basis? Is it going to be monthly? What's it going to be? So this is just an example of what you can have on a dashboard that you could look at every day. And this is kind of a meter of what's going on with your billing. This circle up in the left represents uncollected funds. So in this particular picture here, what it's showing is there's about 9% of billables that have not been collected out of what has been sent out. This represents, this top here is payer by class, so commercial insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance, all those different ones. So you have a gauge of, in your community, what insurances are out there. Are we primarily Medicare, Medicaid? Are we private pay? It gives you an example, a good idea of what you have in your community. And then this bar chart down here represents payments that were made, adjustments, and then write-offs that you may want to consider. This is just an idea of standard reporting. This particular software integrates with Image Trend, which is the software for our electronic patient care reporting that we use in the state of Vermont. That's managed by the state. And it integrates with that, and this is where when the billing agent pulls information for billing, this is some of the reports that they can generate. They can do it weekly, monthly, anything really that you want can be generated from this. Aging reports, stuff that's important to the folks that control the purse strings in the community. You can dig down into this, you can look at batches, you can look at individual transports to see what was paid, what wasn't paid. If you have a collections policy, some of your information would be generated from this. Okay, so this is just really a comparison of what was provided to me, and I'm just kind of revisiting this, I guess. The first couple that I got were not these numbers, they were a higher number, I believe. But this is my understanding of the last option, so if this is incorrect, just let me know. 35,000, that's a $10 per capita price to cover 78% of Hinesburg as a first option for Richmond, with Charlotte as part of that covering the other portion at a $25 per capita and 22% of the town. And then this 96K represents potential billing revenue that it's an estimate. This number is not absolute. That number will move up and down depending on the year, how many calls you have, how many get turned over to mutual aid, so on and so forth. But looking at some numbers and mutual aid calls that were not counted towards St. Mike's revenue over this past year, this is, a ballpark. And I think this number is important because it does represent revenue that's going out of the town from taxpayers, whether it's through insurance or out-of-pocket pay. And you'll see this number consistent, whether it's Richmond, Charlotte, Hinesburg's proposal. It's all in there as a constant. So when you look at it, this is really the grand total or the net of option one going out with that first proposal. This would be the second option, which would be Richmond covering 100% of the community, not including St. George, is my understanding. $10 per capita, again, that would be 45K with this as a balance here. Charlotte Rescue's ambulance is based on 130 incidents. That's 52.5 with the 25 per capita at 2,100 people. And then they would get a portion of that revenue, and I just split that down the middle at 48,000 for argument's sake, and that would be 100,500. So this is the budget. This was really what I was asked to help with, was the budget end of it. A couple of things to point out. The items in the pink represent one-time expenditures for startup. The items in yellow represent dollar figures that are in the budget that would not end up on the EMS side, but we wanted to show it because there are some EMS-related items, or it wouldn't show up on the fire budget, whichever you decided to do.
There are items that are already in the budget.
That's right.
In the fire budget.
That's
yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
So there are some things, that are big dollar items on here. Certainly employee benefits and FICA at $74,000, and that's for the two paid positions. Down here is the salaries at $93,392, which works out to about $46K annually for those positions. And then down below here represents the revenue lines of $84,000 for Hinesburg, $12,000 for St. George. This is a $40,000 contractual fee that would transfer to this budget item, this budget, for a grand total of $341,187, which would be the EMS side of this budget. There are also some mandatory things that you have to pay when you're an ambulance service, and one of them is a 3.3% state tax for ambulance service that was put in place a couple of years ago. There's $10,800 here for liability and workers' comp that's built into this. And then down here, you'll see that $96,000 as well, which would be a credit back into the town for ambulance billing revenue, rather than that revenue going out somewhere else. Ooh, I just did the wrong thing. All right, there it is. These fire budget items that are in yellow total $51,500, $40K for the contract in St. George with a net cost of $153,687, a difference of $113,500 in change on that budget.
Difference from what, excuse me?
Difference of $113,576 from the $40,000 budget last year. You're welcome. So this is what the town end of it would look like as far as an EMS cost estimate, $153,687. And this is a direct service cost comparison, so looking at all those items that we just looked at, Richmond's two options, Hinesburg's option, and Charlotte. Down below, there was, this came up just yesterday, and so I put something in here about this, about subscription fees. And I don't know exactly how subscription fees are structured in these other organizations, but if you looked at a $55 subscription fee, and I just used the numbers from the proposals, for 78% of the town coverage, which is essentially 1,500 household units, if you took half of those and they purchased that subscription fee, it'd be $41,800 additional dollars that people would pay out of their pocket in the community. If you knock that down to 1/4, it's $20,900. And then the same thing for subscription base. If you had, we're covering the entire community, $53,500 for half of those units, and then $26,700 if it was 25%. This, all this slide represents is, and this is, I think, how I ended up doing part of this, is this is just an ambulance service implementation schedule. It's just a simple Gantt chart to identify those benchmarks that we talked about in one of the objectives on how this, there are a lot of pieces and parts that would have to go into place administratively to get this up and running, as well as purchasing physical assets. And this is just a project schedule that would help accomplish that. Essentially, what's been done so far is everything in this green down to this yellow line right here, which is really where the community would make a decision on whether they wanted to have this transport service internally within the town or provided from outside. One of the last things I'll say, you know, there are pieces to this that are technical problems, and that we know there are solutions to. It's just a matter of selecting which solution you want to use. And then there's adaptive challenges that go along with it. And I think one of the biggest adaptive challenges that the town would have with this is recruitment and retention, and making sure that there is enough time and energy put into that to make sure that they can sustain personnel over a lengthy period of time. Those adaptive challenges are always the toughest because there is no clear solution to them. And if you can come up with those kind of solutions and be successful at it, you're on the right road for sure. And you know, if this ends up in the town of Hinesburg, I would highly recommend that the leadership in the organization in the town reach out to other organizations to see how they've succeeded in the past. And also maybe speak to some people that haven't been so successful and find out what those pitfalls may be. So I'll end it with that and turn it over to Al.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, that's a major problem nationwide, really, is the recruitment and retention. You know, we've been very fortunate to have the number of people involved in this community that we have involved. And, you know, it's not me, it's the organization, it's the community. And, you know, we've been very lucky that we've retained the people that we've retained, because we have, you know, a lot of people who have been on the department for a long time, but yet we're attracting a lot of new people, you know, the newer generations that really have grown up in this town. And, you know, one of the people that had joined us, he grew up in the town again and came back. So, you know, it's a I don't want to say it's a revolving door. Some communities it is. It's definitely a revolving door because the loads that are put on volunteer in this service are huge. And, by being able to supplement those volunteer hours with some paid people is going to make a huge difference to be able to retain, the level of service that we have. Due to the commitments really of our members, that's why we were recognized for First Response Agency of the Year, because of the commitment that everybody has, from the community. And it's all you too. I mean, you all are part of it. It's amazing the communities that don't have the support of the select board. And it makes all the difference in the world. It really does, so. I think that's all I've got. Maybe one thing on that budget, those items that were in pink, the one-time items, I think those were around $60,000 in startup costs that you wouldn't see going forward. So I mean, depending upon what they are, it's not like we're going to come out of the gate and hire everybody. It's a transition. Because it is going to take time to spin the service up to accomplish what we need to accomplish. And, I think it's a good model. I know Zeke has used his expertise, and Chief Morton, who I think wants to talk here shortly, he has helped, and he has the experience of going into a municipal agency versus private agencies. Big, a lot of differences there. So.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was just going to mention one other thing. Those subscription numbers that are up there, it doesn't matter who that is. I use Richmond's numbers because they broke down the districts two different ways there. But if Hinesburg decided to do a subscription fee, that would be money also coming out of the community's pockets personally, and the numbers wouldn't be any different there. It's not a Richmond thing. It's, across the board, if somebody had that subscription fee, it would be whichever service it was.
Yeah, and a lot of services do use some sort of subscription fee, so it's not pretty common.
It can be common.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you, Al and Zeke, do you want to speak to, I know that one of the slides talked about how, configuring the apparatus and where they would go. Do you want to talk a little bit about the building?
Right.
Now and in the future,
Yep.
and what that looks like, and the costs that could be capital costs?
Right, yeah, and I think one of our challenges as a community is the growth that we need to have. Until we get growth, we're fine where we are. I mean, we can handle what we need to do with the facilities we have, utilizing the old station. Once we begin encountering a lot of growth, especially once we get into the elderly housing component, once it starts to come, we will need different apparatus, and we will need a different configuration of a building. We've put a lot of time and money into 3 or 4 different engineers looking at, trying to solve that problem on the site, and it really isn't solvable on that site. Just a lot of drawbacks on the width of the lot, and being on 116, and just a lot of things. One thing to remember is that fortunately we do have impact fees. Are the impact fees going to be enough to totally pay for the building? No, but it certainly will. It will certainly give a good start to the revenue that's going to be needed. And again, it depends on really the configuration of the growth. It may be very slow, and you may not get the large buildings, and if we don't get the large buildings, and, the focus still stays on EMS versus transitioning to more fire. I mean, I think you're going to see the numbers probably stay the same as far as percentages. Obviously, call volumes will go up. Elderly housing brings a lot of challenges, especially for the EMS service. Chief Morton can certainly attest to that. So I think that in the future, if the growth comes, you know, depending upon how it comes, it will determine the need for new building and, you know, new facilities and new apparatus. You know, as I've talked about in the past, you know, we looked hard over the last 2-3 years trying to come up with a plan to make sure that the impact didn't change much on the apparatus cost. So that was where our $98,000 and change, $99,000 that we're currently paying on the lease on engine 1. And we looked at that and we're able to basically make that a level funded item for 18 years. And that will, you know, even with the growth, that would cover the apparatus that we need to change out over those 18 years. You know, that's not including the ambulance. You know, and the ambulance will have its own challenges, certainly, but it's also a revenue generator too. So, you know, hopefully there'll be some offsetting revenue that we can use from the ambulance billings to actually pay for, you know, the ambulance operations. And, you know, I think our plan with the 18 years, it looks good. I mean, the one variable is really the building. You know, if the buildings don't come, we'll be able to hold off. You know, we're not looking at any type of aerial apparatus until I think 3 years after this budget we're working on. But again, when we get to that point, the next truck to go would be our small truck. And after that, once that's paid off with that same amount of money, then we would transition into a ladder truck, which is really the same amount of money, just out 10 years, which is, keeping it flat. So try to lessen the impact. So, you know, I think we have a good plan going forward. You know, we've known for quite a while that the ambulance, you know, Leslie and I had been talking even back when Pete Soons was in charge of it. You know, we knew the day was going to come that they weren't going to be able to service. And, you know, they've done a fantastic job for us for 50 years. So, you know, that's a pretty big accomplishment on both sides, you know, to sustain that for that long. And, you know, it's important, I think, to the community to have that service in town, just because of response times and, you know the person you're going to when it's an in-town ambulance. You know the history, where nothing against any outside service, but they really don't know the people. And, you know, it's important to have that relationship really with your community and the people that you're trying to serve and bring emergency services to. So.
And just to expand on that, you know, one of the things that I made note of was the willingness of your surrounding neighbors to help provide service for you should you decide to make this transition. And that's irreplaceable, and it's a testament to the work that's gone on in this community and the communities that surround you as well, in this fire and EMS world, because it really does take not only your own community, you have to rely on your neighbors to be successful. When you know, a disaster strikes or your home is on fire, you don't do it by yourself.
Right, and the reality is, even with an ambulance here, we're going to be calling other ambulances. You know, that's the reality of it, and we're going to be called to go help them. That's just what the mutual aid is really all about. So.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, go ahead.
So just again, on the facility, can you talk about like the level of service, and is it a 24/7?
Right. So it would be, you know, the paid people would be on during the day. You know, we have to kind of look at our data, and, you know, you're looking at, you know, people that are used to working in this environment, so they understand it, I guess is the way to put it. And, you know, maintaining the volunteers is key, you know, because when, you know, a couple things happen, we get that daytime call, and there's another call, so we still need volunteers that'll come out during the day. You know, we have, after they go home in the afternoon or evening, you know, then it's going to drop back on the volunteers nights and weekends, you know, unless there's some specific events. And, you know, there are always shift changes that you can work around to get coverage for certain events. But, you know, we have a very capable group. And, you know, I think that's going to be the key to the success of the whole thing. You know we can do nights and weekends. It's the day that's the problem. You know, and it's the daytime problem for everybody, really.
And I think it's important, I mean, no matter where we go, I mean, I think the fire department has, over time, incrementally moved us, you know, their capability and EMT and all that. So this year, in this year's budget, the select board will present to the town in the fire EMS budget, a full-time person. And that full-time person is to meet the need of that daytime. You know, there's a hole in the capability of, that's when calls can happen, particularly in the early afternoon or in the afternoon, and that's when the Hinesburg folks have missed some calls because there hasn't been anybody there. So we have already put into the budget, whether we go forward with an ambulance or not, the full-time position to be there during the day, to be able to, and this would be a cross-trained person, to be able to respond during the day. And I think that our folks in Charlotte mentioned last week, having somebody there that can, you know, take care of the trucks and do the checklists and do the scheduling of volunteers and arrange for training and all that other stuff that has to happen. So just so people know, I mean, that's what we're presenting one way or the other this year.
Right, yeah, and you're right, you know, and that's a key person on the fire side, you know, excluding whatever happens with the ambulance, you know, that person's key for fire. For 17 years, we had missed one call, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We missed one call. This year, we've missed 5. So, I mean, it just shows, you know, we don't have the businesses in town anymore that have the people that can leave to be volunteers, you know, so we rely a lot on people working third shift, you know, the off-hour shift, so we're lucky in that respect. But, you know, and it's something that's, you know, I feel very bad about when we, obviously. I mean, you know, fortunately, all the ones we've missed haven't been critical patients, but I still feel bad that we missed them. You know, it's our job not to.
So, Al, when Renee and I visited Shelburne and Charlotte, and then Renee went to Richmond today, and I'm pretty sure Richmond's the same, that they have nice beds and a nice kitchen, so when volunteers or paid people have to spend the night, they can sleep there. I assume that you want that in the future, but now, when someone's on duty overnight, are they on a beeper at their house?
Yeah, they're at home. Yeah, we don't have any quarters because there's quite a number of conditions that have to be present to have someone in a building where you're running equipment like we do. So we don't have the space. I mean, and again, that goes back to the daytime volunteers at home. You know, our average response time is still 7 minutes, you know, so from home. And it really won't be any difference at night. Obviously, daytime, you know, the truck will go on the road a lot quicker because we'll have someone right there with the truck. But, you know, during the night time, you know, currently it's a little over 7 minutes. So, you know, that won't change. At nighttime, they're still going to come to the station just like we do tonight when we get our calls. You know, we go to the station, get the truck and go. People will go out ahead of the truck. So
are there ever volunteers that are waiting at the station, or people are always coming from home?
Yep. I mean, we do have people that will hang out there during the day and sometimes in the evening. And I mean, a lot of evenings we have something going on anyways. So it gets kind of disruptive when you're having a meeting and a call comes. So, you know, but it's just the nature of the business, you know.
And nearly all your training happens
all the training. 90% probably. We do some weekends, and you know, the EMS people, you know, when they're going to class, some of theirs are weekends, and firefighter 1, 2, that's weekends, night, evening. So
this is just a good time for me just to sort of mention this. A couple of months ago, I guess, Al invited me to wear a pager, volunteer pager, and had it for about 10 days. And it's wasn't surprising, but it still was eye-opening to have this thing go off. And, you know, I don't care if you're sitting down for dinner, you're getting ready for bed, or it's, you know, you're getting ready, it's 5:45 and you're eating breakfast ready to go to work, and this thing goes off and you're like, holy mackerel, if I had to just drop everything and go, that's quite a lifestyle.
Yep.
So it's an eye-opener, and it's a testament to, you know, the dedication that people have to go and help neighbors.
Yeah.
So,
a lot
and
of
then
work.
you have to have all the training and everything else that goes with it.
Hours and
You just don't show up.
training, yeah.
So I just have a couple of questions on the slides. So first of all, I want to thank you, Al, and your whole staff and department, all the volunteers and all the families. You guys are incredible. So I mean that honestly. So I waited until you went through the slides. I probably should have asked them as you were going through, but I noticed on slide 8, it showed all the different types of calls you went to,
Right,
you know,
yeah.
stroke, heart attack, whatever. Was that for Hinesburg?
Yep.
Okay.
That's Hinesburg, yep.
Because I noticed, I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but stroke was like number 2.
Yeah.
And stroke is obviously one of those, as I know, is one of those you have to get, the sooner you get there, the better you
Yeah,
are.
time critical.
So that was a little eye-opening for me. The other one is, so I get we're gonna dual fire EMS train and all of that, and I saw your job description. Is that fairly normal, a job description? Like, will that be hard to fill with all those different requirements, or?
I don't think so. I mean, the challenge obviously is getting a qualified candidate, and that challenge is money. I mean, that's a reality. And that's one of the reasons why when we looked at that, we have a survey of Chittenden County District 3, pretty much Chittenden County and a couple other pieces. And, you know, to be competitive, you know, we've got to be at that range. And there are really a number of people out there that are looking, they want to be doing what we're going to offer. You know, and I think that's important that we stay in that pay scale range, you know, and because a lot of people, some of the agencies, and we may at some point too, use a per diem labor force. Well, so you might get somebody that might be able to work a day in Charlotte, a day or two in Richmond, maybe in Milton for a day, you know, so you have those people that you might call them floaters, right? Because they travel around different, kind of like the traveling nurse concept. You know, we have traveling EMS people. And I think you know, I hope, you know, with the record that we have, that we'll be able to draw people that are quite committed to it. And we already have, you know, we have people on our service currently that would be willing to do it. You know, they're qualified. So, you know, I think that's a big plus too.
And I have 2, but I have one more question. So on slide 14, it shows our medical licensure, and it shows 5 AEMTs,
Right.
and it shows 1 paramedic. Do we have what's that 1 paramedic?
Yeah. Well, she lives up in St. George currently. Okay. And she's a full-time employee in Waterbury. Okay. And she wants to, she can only act at the A level because we're not a paramedic licensed service, but she can act as an A, so, which is pretty good. And we actually have 2 or 3 other paramedics that live in town that work on, I think there's a Burlington, I think it's South Burlington. There's a number of career departments around it that people actually live in town and have expressed interest once they retire from that career to come over and be with us.
I am not that person.
Just a couple of comments I'll make. One is, and it was brought up when we were talking with Charlotte in Richmond, and it's been brought up, you know, why don't we have a regional, you know, that's an option, right? I mean, it could be an option. Zeke, I think you said a couple months ago, that's a great idea, but it isn't anything that's happening, and it would take a long time for that to happen. I think Richmond's really is regional in a way because they've spread out and they've covered a number of things. And what we see with the lack of that is the utilization number of, how utilized is all this equipment. And I think both Charlotte and Richmond, were pretty low. But certainly in Charlotte and in Richmond, that's what people want. In Charlotte, they're willing to pay the money because they want that as a service.
And I think one of the things you'll see, and we've seen in some of the numbers, is their busy times are our busy times. That's the unfortunate part of it. The utilization of that. It's like the fire department. We sit very quiet for a lot. Then you might hit a day where you hit 5, 6 calls. And it's just one of those things you can't really predict. I mean, I do look at it as we're not paying at a regionalized level, but certainly the service is regionalized because of the mutual aid operations. So I mean, at a big level, we're already a regionalized ambulance operation because we rely so much on each other. And, you look at the numbers, and I mean, Zeke sees it in Burlington, with the numbers of calls and the number of mutual aid ambulances he has, within the city limits at any given time are huge.
So I think I'll open it up. So,
Can I just ask one more question?
go ahead, Jim, please.
I'll stop. So it just goes to our last meeting, I think, and you guys can keep me honest. I think Charlotte said 39% of their calls, they needed a paramedic, 100% their AEMT or better. And Richmond said in 2019, 40% of the calls were paramedic. And they think by 2019, that'll go to 60%. So I know we have a paramedic in town, but my question is, do we have a plan to get there? I know we're not staffed there now.
I think the numbers they were using were their staffing numbers and not the actual response numbers.
Call numbers. Okay.
And so what happens today, regardless, I mean, it does happen with St. Mike's because they have paramedics, but not on every shift. So, if it's a call that really requires a paramedic, we will do the same thing that St. Mike's and anybody else does when they don't have one and need one. They put a call in to the hospital and say, we need a paramedic for whatever the issue is, and one is sent, assuming that there's someone available somewheres, because there aren't paramedics on all the time.
Right.
So they just intercept, and then we'll do the same thing.
And what is the percentage of it needing that level of service in reality? I have to ask kind of everybody.
Pretty low. It's pretty, I don't know if you have any.
What's the percentage?
Would you actually need a paramedic to go to the scene?
I checked our numbers a while back, and it was about 3% or less of our calls where we were actually using paramedic level interventions. That may have increased a little bit now. We have more paramedics on staff, but that's what it was at the time. I can't speak to the other services.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so we're going to open it up. It's important that people use the microphone, even though you think everyone can hear, but that's also for people watching on TV. So if anybody has a question, and I appreciate that Charlotte's here, and Ken is here somewhere. Hi, Ken.
Come right up here.
Sure.
I see. Yep. Okay.
Sorry. I work better sitting than
leaving
in my lap. Thank you for allowing me to help with your decision. I'm going to apologize in advance.
Maybe introduce yourself.
My name is Ken Morton. I'm the fire chief in Williston. I've been on the fire department for 38 years, chief for 28, full-time 18. And we have been through the very similar things to what you're now going through as far as deciding whether or not to have a transport ambulance. I'm going to apologize in advance. Every holiday season, Santa brings me a cold, And I think this year it was back ordered. I got it on Sunday. So I'm not quite on my game, and I apologize for that. So again, Williston is a similar model, although a different sized town than Hinesburg. But we too had a fire department that transitioned to a first response service once Iroquois disbanded, that then 10 years ago transitioned to a transport ambulance. I want to address a couple of things I've heard the last 2 nights, just to, I guess, add a little more information. There were questions about billing and what you might collect or how far you might pursue someone that can't pay. Every ambulance service that I know of bills for their services, and we're all pretty similar. Every year we do a survey of what those around us charge, and we try to be kind of in the middle. And what Williston does is we have a third-party billing service like is proposed here, and that third-party service sends an invoice, they do follow-ups, and it does go to collection. However, Williston has a program where if you are aggrieved, can't afford to pay the bill, you can petition the town to waive the bill, and we often do. And really, Hinesburg would make that decision, whatever parameter you want to set as far as how far you want to follow collections. I've also heard the word regionalization a couple of times. It's a really great concept. However, in 1995, we were in the midst of a program called Vision 2000, which was to have a regional dispatch center by the year 2000. We now sit here in the year 2020, and there's a new regional dispatch group that's been formed 3 or 4 years ago, and we're no closer. And if you can't get dispatch to be regional, I really don't see ambulances and fire engines being regional in any time in our probably careers. Also, there was some talk about levels of service and availability of ambulances and the types of people that you get. Bear in mind, above all else, and it speaks to your stroke question, if you have a medical emergency, the ambulance is not an emergency department. The ambulance is a transport service to get you to the people that can treat you. You want to have competent people in that ambulance transporting you to the hospital. But again, we do not perform interventions. We have interventions of sorts, but we're not the end point, which is the ED. We all learn from each other through a mutual aid type of a program. Barry City's model was copied, as well as Burlington's, when South Burlington started their ambulance service. Williston copied South Burlington when we started our ambulance service. And I think Hinesburg is doing somewhat what we did, as you're considering doing yours. And I'm not here tonight to tell you that you should begin a transport ambulance service. What I'm going to do, though, is present you with information that says if you feel the time is right, and you have the staff and availability, and it's financially affordable, that there are some real advantages to having your own transport ambulance. And you're not Williston again, you're Hinesburg, you're a different size, we've grown differently, but we all serve the same customer base. And do you have a senior housing project proposed or planned?
It's going to get to the
Proposed.
DRB in a couple weeks, probably.
4 stories, 50 people.
Yep.
50?
50.
Yeah.
So that's probably somewhere in the area of 75 more calls a year. About a call and a half per bed in a senior housing facility. Okay, so these are things that you do want to keep in mind if you do have an ambulance. One is your own ambulance has consistent staff. I look around the room and I see a lot of veteran faces of folks who've been on Hinesburg Fire for many years. And there's a lot to be said for the people that know your customer base. They know the streets. They know the people they're treating and going to. They know the medical history. They might know their fire history, and they might know their criminal history. And they're all things that come into play when you're responding to a medical call. You will see that if you have your own staff on an ambulance, they will know their customer base, and they'll be able to better be prepared when responding to the call. Transfer of care issues. We were also served by St. Michael's College for many years. We still are on a mutual aid basis, and we have other ambulances to work with as well, including Richmond. There's an inherent problem, which isn't the fault of the service, it's the fault of the system when you have another ambulance transporting, it's transfer of care. We arrive at a scene, we establish a patient rapport, we introduce ourselves, find out the medical problem, get their vital signs, get some of the history started. and we're in the process of getting ready for that mutual aid ambulance, and when they arrive, they don't know who that person is, and they haven't had that introduction. They haven't done what we've done so far. Therefore, what do? They start the process over again. And it happens almost every single time you have a transport ambulance serving you and taking over for your first responders. There's a loss of time, and again, the ambulance isn't the ED, the hospital is. Transport response time, rather, is shortened, obviously, when you have your own ambulance. Instead of a 50-minute response time, it is going to be 7-ish minutes. And during the day, during the week, when it appears as though by the charts are your most calls during the working day, which would probably be 60% of your calls, your response time will be shortened even more because they're going to drive out the door within a half a minute or a minute. And if you don't have your own ambulance, a couple things happen. You lose control over efficiency, and if there are things that your fire department feels as though is important to them, if they're not the transport ambulance, they have really no control over how that ambulance operates. And they could be things as simple as, Williston is as I refer to it, a load and go agency. We don't dally. We arrive at the scene, we get the patient ready, loaded, transported off to the hospital. Oftentimes we see ambulances that we have come in mutual aid, and they put the patient in the back of the ambulance, and there are 3, 4, 5, 7 minutes before they leave. We don't have any control over that. And that is not in any way to disparage all the ambulances, some of them in this room. I'm sure that thing we do when we go to their towns that they'd like to see differently, but again, it just shows the fact that they don't have control over how we operate. This is something you will see if you have your own ambulance, I believe, I expect. In all of the years I was on Williston Fire before we had our own ambulance, 38 years, and I'm told before that, we had one cardiac arrest save, one person who was a code save in my 28 years, and I'm told possibly upwards of 40 years. In the 10 years since we've had our own ambulance, we stopped counting when we went above 20 cardiac arrest saves, and that was a couple of years ago. There has to be a correlation, and it has to do with the fact that you've got people that know your customer base, that respond quickly, that initiate treatment, that get the patient in the hospital quickly, and oftentimes is a more successful outcome. And the good news is that if you do have these employees and the ambulance, they will do more than sit in the firehouse twiddling their thumbs, waiting for a call that occurs, whatever, once a day. And many of the things they can do, and it speaks to something that was mentioned last week, they can be out in the community with outreach, teaching AED, CPR, stop the bleed, first aid, and that will help citizens in your community be trained so if there is a person that has a heart attack, they can be sustaining, if nothing else, through compressions for the whatever number of minutes it takes for your ambulance to get there to treat and transport the patient. And one more collateral, I guess, advantage is that we find it's awful seamless having our own people. Once again, there's nothing against a mutual aid ambulance. We all utilize them, and we are one of those mutual aid ambulances on occasion. But when we all know when the right hand knows what the left hand is doing because we work together all the time, it makes it a more seamless process. Right now, you probably, I'm guessing, spend, I think the chart said $40,000 or so a year for EMS expense. And you don't recoup that from the billing from your transport ambulances. No. So that's something that'll work toward the affordability, if you will, of your own ambulance should you choose to do it. I'm going to go a little quicker here. You're not alone. I did a check last night, and in Chittenden County, the following towns have either 2 full-time fire or EMS or both people working within their towns. That doesn't mean the fire department necessarily has them, but dedicated to that fire EMS function, which you'd have here: Burlington, South Burlington, Williston, Richmond, Charlotte, Shelburne, Underhill, Jericho, Essex Town, Essex Junction, Colchester, Malice Bay, St. Michael's as a college, and Winooski. All of those service areas have full-time employees. The only ones that I could think of that don't were Westford, Bolton, Huntington, and yourselves. So you're not alone. And I think what you're hearing about volunteerism dropping off. It's a true statement. I said up until probably 3 years ago, and we have 16 full-time people now in Williston, I would say that the call staff were the backbone of the Williston Fire Department. And it's changed because volunteerism has dropped off and we just now have more full-time than call folks. Wasn't sure what Milton does. Couple of closing thoughts. This is not a huge leap expense-wise. I looked at what it would cost for either a shared service area of your town or one agency taking care of that versus your own cost. It's not huge. I know that both services are wonderful. They do a great job, just like St. Michael's College has done for you already. But it appears as though the money is pretty close. It's not really, it's really not a leap of faith. I think if you look around the room again, you see the folks that serve your community. But it's definitely a change. And if you look at some of those highlighted costs that were in pink, red maybe, they were $60,000. 25 was a 12-lead defibrillator, which you should have anyway.
All right, we have it. We have
Right.
one already.
So it really should have that on your department anyway. One is a second ambulance for $25,000. When Williston started, we didn't have the advantage of what Hinesburg does, and we had to buy a second ambulance. So if the first one was out of service for repairs or breakdowns, whatever, we were still able to serve the town. We bought ours for, I think, 30, and sold it for not a whole lot less than that 5 years later. So when Williston started, I'm almost finished, I apologize, there was some real concern that the numbers might not work. And by the way, the numbers that Chief Plant has proposed, I ran against Williston's percentages of transports, percentages of collection and such. They're spot on. So they're good numbers. I don't know why they'd be any different in Hinesburg. However, Williston was really nervous about the service working. So it got so far as I leased the ambulance with an out clause. So if 6 months or a year in it just wasn't working, we could just turn in the ambulance and walk away from it. Obviously, it didn't work out that way. It's been a huge success. But your second ambulance is an exposure that I think you'd recoup if you had to sell it. And your miscellaneous cost $10,000. You could probably use those in your department anyway. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. You talked about a board of sorts, right? I'm not sure, but I believe Richmond and Charlotte are 501Cs, so they're going to have a board. Your municipality, like Williston, you don't have to have a board if you choose not to, but you might, if you elect to have some oversight, have a couple of people dedicated to just kind of checking in with them on a monthly basis, whatever you choose to do. Again, I'm not here to tell you should do it, but I am here to say that if you choose to do it and you feel like this could be the right time, what you've heard, what's been presented, what my experience has been, it's going to work. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
No, I mean, we appreciate your experience and, your sort of oversight on the numbers, and it all seems to make sense to you, so that's helpful. I think we've worked together many years ago. Do you remember that?
I know.
Yeah, many years ago.
Simmons back then?
Yeah.
Scary.
Yeah. That was a long time ago. It was. Does anybody have any specific questions for Ken?
One thing while they're getting ready, one thing that, so our donor for the ambulance is Terry Wilson and Nancy Ansfeld, and he called me tonight and wanted me to make sure to relay to everyone that it is a brand new ambulance he's willing to buy, not a used one. So you are so informed. And he's been a big supporter of the department. So.
Pretty cool.
Question, Paul Lamberson. You just alluded to the fact that the other towns have 501c3s. In your transition into your department, did you stop at 501c3 as a stop along the way, or your town department now, I presume?
Well, heck, 20 years ago. 1992, we used to be the Williston Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated, 501c, and the town took over, and they made it a municipal department. At that point, I was appointed chief. So since I've been fire chief, Williston's been a municipal department.
And do you have any kind of friends of the department, any kind of 501c in that town now?
Any what now?
Any kind of support? We have the Firemen's Association or something. Do you have an association that's fundraises on the side or anything like that?
We don't. For a number of years, the association stayed, but they were really never active. They just faded away. So we don't have a firefighters association. Our full-time personnel unionized. So they have their own local, but we don't have any social group per se.
And finally, with the creation of the department, were there some growth needs within the town as far as HR and organizational management and things like that? Do you recall, were additional staff required? Not department staff necessarily, but how to administer this stuff? Seems like it could be a task in itself.
It can be. Certainly, as you end up with 16 people, it's a bigger lift than when you have 2. You have to keep your eye on making sure the HR is in order and payroll's in order and such. But between your chief and whatever staff were to be chosen or the town oversight, I would expect that wouldn't be a huge lift to start out. Williston's a different town than Hinesburg, certainly. We've grown differently and we have a larger tax base, et cetera, et cetera. But the storyline's really not that different. We've grown, we've gotten busier. There's a huge demand for EMS services. Similar to their numbers, we ran 1,200 EMS calls last year, and I think we had 70% or 60% transports, right in that range. I think it was 65 last year. The collection rate's about the same. So we're very similar, just you're on a smaller scale. But it's the same operation, it's a different town.
You've got a fair amount of elderly housing now?
We do now, yes. And paramedic just means that you have paramedics available within your agency. Certainly South Burlington has lots of paramedics full-time all the time. We have our shifts 2/3 of the time now. Hopefully soon we'll have it all the time paramedic. And it's a nice enhancement, but there is that intercept option should you need it.
I'm too short to sit, so you can't see me. Vicki Matthews. Couple questions. First one, on your full-time people, are they going to be hourly or is it going to be a salaried position?
Be hourly, yes.
Okay, is that because they have to be unionized?
Nope.
No?
Nope, don't
Okay.
have to be.
And the other one, because of everything that you're going to need on both sides of the spectrum here, are you going to have to rob Peter to pay Paul when it comes to fire department and the ambulance
Right, yeah,
service?
so really the one thing I've maintained all along is we cannot do an ambulance without full-time day people, period. If those aren't involved, we can't do the ambulance. I mean, because it's too much of a load, we already know we miss calls, right? So we just need to have that daytime coverage. And the budgets are really structured so that if the ambulance doesn't go, the fire department still functions as it is today with that additional person if it passes, because that's our weak point. So that the one in the fire budget stays there. Hopefully everybody, all the voters will approve it. And it just covers our gap. And then if we get the ambulance, then it's just it's icing on the cake, really. So
I just want to say, we have a lot of talented fire people and police people in this town. Thank you very much.
If I could just add something, way back when I saw Williston growing to the point we would need to have some full-time personnel, I used to state that Williston will never hire full-time firefighters. Not going to happen. We don't have enough fires to support it, and I didn't see it going that route. But what I did say was, if Williston could provide dual services, fire and EMS, with a transport ambulance, then we have the revenue source to help to subsidize the expense of having full-time personnel, which is why we chose that route. And I just think it makes a lot of sense to go that route. And you're getting double bang for your dollar, so to speak. You don't just have EMTs or firefighters, they can go to wherever the call is, and that makes sense.
Huge.
Thank you.
Dawn Francis, and thank you, Chief Plant, for all the time and effort that you put into this. Can we go to the slides that talk about Charlotte and Richmond's budgets or costs and what they've quoted?
Sure. I'll be in the back end.
Do you not number those?
Probably around 12, maybe.
This one?
Slide 27 are in there.
Right. I'm trying to understand how the revenue factors into what's portrayed as a total budget of $141,000. So my understanding is Richmond quoted us $10 per capita,
Yep.
and that's if they were to cover the entire town. I think Charlotte did $25 per capita, and that's for a third of the town. And so if you just extrapolate those numbers, the $10 per capita, I'm assuming that they would assume our revenues, and that's why the $10 per capita estimate is what it is. And just wanted to get that confirmation. So I don't understand why it's portrayed as a Richmond is a $155,000 expense to the town. I think it's a $35,000 expense.
Well, I think what Jeek was trying to portray here is the actual revenue that would be leaving the town. Okay, so you have.
But the revenue is paid for by Medicaid and Medicare.
Correct, but it
Not by
wouldn't-
the town.
Right, not all the time. It wouldn't be benefiting us, that, if you want to, Zeke trip decide you.
Yeah, all we're showing there is that there is a value that is going to come and money that is going to be revenue for those services out of town. That's what we're showing.
But it's costing the town. The town is having.
Hold on, we're going to use the microphone. So if you have a question, that's fine.
Yeah.
But,
So regardless of whether it's Richmond, Charlotte, or Hinesburg, there's $96,000. There's that $96,000 that is real money that goes out that will be in somebody's pocket at the end of a transport. And all we're saying is, yeah, Richmond's cost is $35,000, but there is $96,000 that will be paid out, that will be received on the end of that from ambulance billing. And that's just showing that total number. Or Hinesburg's, correct.
So
That's all that
this-
is.
This is, come up, I mean, I appreciate it, Don, because you're right. This isn't income we're losing necessarily. But you could say, St. Mike's has done this for free for us for years, and that now it's going to cost us money to have an ambulance service, however we choose it. There's nobody out there doing it for free. We certainly appreciate 50 years of free service, but they did, along with that, there was some income that did come their way. It certainly doesn't cover, the cost, and the income side of collecting insurance money and Medicare and Medicaid will not pay for an ambulance. It's not a business that's going to be profitable because the utilization is so small. There may be some cities where they're out there constantly, all day long and cutting pennies and maybe not doing very good service where they might kind of be profitable. But here, they're never going to be profitable. But it is, in a way, it is income that's out there, and, we can decide to let it go and have the lower cost per capita, or we could say, if we go the other way, that income comes in and the overall cost, while it certainly would go up per capita, would be not as high as the lack of that income. And just a rough look here, what was the final, on your numbers, I'm not standing on them as like, these are solid because they're a little flexible, but in the end, the delta cost ended up being how much?
153 total, taking out leaving in that 60,000 one-time the startup cost, I guess is
Right.
the way I would put it.
So
Yeah,
at
right there,
$150,000, the per capita is about $38 per person in Hinesburg.
Yeah.
So that just sort of, if, you know, I mean, we can argue all day long how close the numbers are, and we don't really know
Right, right.
till we actually do it. And there'll probably be a little more than we think, and we haven't added any building in there, so,
Right.
but I think what it does show is that it's, you know, it's in the ballpark, I guess.
Right. Very similar.
Can I just clarify for option one for Richmond? It's actually if you do 78% of the town. Our proposal, which was 35,000, was 50 land mass,
Right.
but 78% of the town is about $60,000. So just to clarify, it would be more. And then Charlotte proposed 50% of the town, I believe. And that was, so the numbers in the proposals themselves are different because of the land mass versus people situation.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I saw those numbers, I'm like, okay, they're not exactly right. In fact, last week when we were talking about the proposals, there was still some discussion where to draw the line. And it sounded like Richmond said, we're okay with wherever you draw the line. But if we were to go that route, there would need to be more discussions and say, okay, where does the line get drawn? And what is the number of people in that zone? I think it's fair to say that the amount per person is, you know, going to be about there. I think Charlotte did say they would be monitoring that, and I'm sure Richmond would be too. Go ahead. You want to get the, yeah.
Chief St. George, Lot Fire and Rescue. To clarify a couple things, when we broke our proposal down, we went by call volume and response times, and I believe there was maybe 2 calls difference in the 2 zones between us and Richmond with what we proposed, and we proposed the area where our response time was quicker. And it was based on the matrix now in District 3. Your recovery costs with what we estimated, I believe are very accurate, because our estimate with covering half your calls was just about half of your recovery cost. It comes down to, do you want your ambulance in 3 minutes or 10 minutes? There's a lot of pitfalls along the way. Al knows that they're coming. Zeke knows they're coming.
Oh, yeah.
But it's what the taxpayers in Hinesburg will bear to have their response time in their ambulance in a hurry. 39% of our calls are with a paramedic on board. It's not just our staffing. We have multiple paramedics at this time. And we were looking at it as the best response times to help our neighbors. We don't care if it's 1 month, 6 months, or 6 years. So whatever would help our neighbors out, we're happy with. But I would love to see another ambulance kicking around the area.
Thank you. You know, it's confusing when your name is St. George. I just want to say that. A couple times I stopped. I'm like, wait a minute.
Right.
I want to honor the process and acknowledge, is next week's meeting a look at all 3 and compare and contrast? Or we sort of jump the gun on some of this stuff? Or?
No, I mean, I think, and I've asked the board too, we ought to have a little discussion today and say, hey, you know, what are we thinking here? Because we've got to have everything wrapped up by next week.
Sure. So the colorful spreadsheet, if you don't mind. I am reacting to as a taxpayer, that although somebody might pay $96,000 through their insurance, I won't. And so to say apples to apples comparison that this net cost of $153 compares to the net cost of the other proposals, I really feel more comfortable on those other proposals with that 96 is taken out, because that's what, and maybe it's taken out here too, and maybe it negates everything, but the notion that there's money being generated by billing services is indeed true, but there's an effect on my property taxes. And when I see the net from Richmond or Charlotte, I see a much smaller number that would go to my tax bill. So I got to get my head around that, and I encourage you to really think about that as we compare these next week, maybe. And then the other question is, if you go to the organizational chart slide, sorry, I don't have a number for you, but I need a little help. What's going on under emergency management? I missed something there. It's not filled out right now.
Right, it really isn't, it's me right now. So,
but it's
a dual role.
proposed. I mean,
Right,
is
yeah.
it-
Yeah, right, currently it falls under the fire chief's shoulders, probably the best way to
So
put
it shouldn't, I mean, might there not be positions and costs under that in the future?
No, well, it all depends what the community decides to do, I guess. So we are required by statute to have one. So if it isn't an appointed position, it falls back on the chair of the select
To have
board.
one, I'm sorry, to have what?
It falls back, if there's not an appointed one, it falls back on the chair of the select board. So they work.
The state has
Yeah.
emergency response
Yeah.
requirements, and so the expectation, each town has this person,
Right.
a person as a minimum. I'd be curious, Ken, if there's anything more in Richmond or, in Burlington on emergency response. Do you have actually, like, for paid people who do this, or are they incorporated into your other folks?
So here, actually, that's part of the stipend that I receive that's part of the job as fire chief. If you look at that chart, the only thing different today to that chart is the community board. That's exactly how we function today. He just inserted the community board in the middle. So that is our structure today over on under the fire chief. We have an EMS chief, operations chief, all of that. So everything is the same there. Currently the emergency manager falls on me. Could it be on the full-time person that comes in as another job? Absolutely. So, but it is, every town's required to have one, so. Maybe Ken wants to talk, I think. You're probably the same deal. Yep.
Is all of this going to be on the town site, all those papers?
Yeah.
All of this is the presentation. There's just been a slight revision in the documents, but I can upload that once. Can have Aaron do that to the website?
So with this caveat, the last thing I want you folks as emergency responders to think, because I'm asking some tough questions, I don't support your service and what you do, all right? I'm just trying to figure out the viability and the sustainability of this service going forward and making sure that we have the answers to the questions and that we go into this with eyes wide open, all right? So please don't misinterpret my questions. And Al, the fact that there's only $10,000 dedicated for the fire chief is incredible testament to the numbers of hours that you give to this community. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I guess as the select board moves forward next week to try to make a decision about advancing this to town meeting, which first of all, if it is town meeting, there's a very short window to educate the public about this. And secondly, I hope it's an Australian ballot item, whether that be March or November. It's that important of an issue. What we heard tonight from a variety of the chiefs was we need to figure out the financial affordability, right? That was something that Ken mentioned, and that was something that Chief Plant mentioned. And I think we've got to figure out, all right, $10 per capita from Richmond, 25 cited by Charlotte. Sounded like, Phil, you guys have figured that it's about 38 for Hinesburg.
Back of the napkin
Okay.
calculation.
So it will be more per capita, but as a result, we get a faster response time and more knowledge of the community. The other significant factor that I really want us to consider is recruitment and retention of people. Al, you said they're going to be hourly employees. I don't think legally they can be hourly. I'll have Renee check on that for you, but I'm pretty sure they got to be salaried. And with salaries, if you want to be competitive, come bennies. And those bennies probably range anywhere between $25,000 to $40,000.
We've budgeted that in for the one full-time person, and there's an expectation they would get the same benefits as a town employee, so.
And then I would ask you to think about competitiveness. So the salaries that you're talking about are lower than what your neighboring towns are offering. You know, $12.50, I guess, as a per diem.
Yeah.
No, the per diem was 12.
Yeah, we didn't have any per diem in this.
I think it was in your budget.
Right, it's full-time employees at 22 something, I don't remember what it was.
But right now, we're paying our per diem $12.50.
Right, yeah, that's right.
So with the 80 hours of training that you guys got to do, you could probably go to McDonald's and make a little bit more.
Right.
So my concern is if you want to recruit and retain high-quality personnel in a very, very competitive environment, it's really hard to attract people to these services, by the way. I think we got to think about how we make those salaries competitive so that we can keep these people and attract these people. And just, so again, please don't misinterpret my comments. I just want us to think about this because it is a very costly type of journey that we're about to go on if we're considering this service.
Bill Murtaugh here. Just one question. If you take out the one-time expenses, and considering the fact that we're having an ambulance donated to us, what is the increase from our current budget to staff this?
Well, as far as the ambulance it would be about 100,000.
All right, so that's
not counting the person that's over in the fire budget.
Okay.
For the actual ambulance operation itself.
Okay.
Yeah. And one of the things about, kind of to address Don's question or comment, you know, in looking at this budget, the way we have it structured, we're using the fire as it stands today, and then we're having, that's where the volunteers are, I guess is the way I want to put it. So because of this, the staffing change, and we won't be having as many people responding to certain calls, we're going to be able to shift that into a better pay scale for the volunteers. Will it match the full-time ones? No. But I think that's where it comes into the community part of it. You know, where people want to serve the community. You know, for many years, we got zero, you know, and it was really because of workers' comp that we started paying for on-call. And, you know, we've progressed up through, we're not very far ahead of staying just above basically minimum wage on the volunteers currently. But, you know, as time goes on, once we can realize the actual operation and where we aren't paying money, we have some funds available to change those pay rates, we'll be able to. I'm sure of that. And, you know, so today, so just as an example, we may have a call in the evening. We might get 6 people go, right? So one of the things we've worked on is, okay, you know, certain calls you need 6 people, certain calls you don't need 6 people. So, you know, by looking at the efficiencies of response, that's how we're going to be able to restructure pay. And, you know, it's not going to be the same as a full-time person, definitely. But I think you look at the volunteers that are all sitting out here, there's probably not a one of them that says they're doing it for the pay. You know, it's because it's for the community. And that's, you know, I think that's the key.
There were a couple more questions.
I apologize for being late, and if you've already answered this and I missed it, I'm sorry. I'm wondering whether or not...
Maybe just announce who you are, just so...
Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth Deutsch. And I am wondering, I keep hearing that Charlotte and Richmond would provide medic level of care, and I'm wondering if Hinesburg will do that as well?
Initially, we wouldn't. We would use the same model that when they don't have paramedics on that everybody else uses, and that's basically calling for an intercept.
And who was that providing the intercept?
It depends on who's available, right? So it happens today that way. Some days Bristol will intercept with Charlotte here, right? Sometimes it's Williston coming down here to meet St. Mike's. I mean, it can be any different configuration just because not every service has paramedics all the time.
So what is your time frame on getting us up to medic level of care?
I think it really is going to be dictated by the call volume. And, one of the problems with, I guess the thing I think a lot of the service heads look at, hopefully everybody can hear me, the service, managers look at is the model right now doesn't work great, because I can't tell you how many times I've heard Williston go to Panton for an intercept. Now that doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, it's just too far. And they're working continuous, trying to improve that system. Probably the short answer is until we get the call volume up to like a Williston, I want to say 1,000, okay? We're at, 300, 400 calls. It depends on the growth of the town. It's going to be the key. Are we, at some point, are we probably going to offer service to other towns? Yes, we'll pick up a few calls, but, like Chief Morton said, a few years ago, he just said never have paid firemen. And I can tell you from the deepest part of my heart, probably 10 years ago, I absolutely swore up and down we'd never see the day here in Hinesburg. But things change, and it depends on how rapidly that changes to really be able to provide that paramedicine option. And, as they've said, if you're one of the 3% people that need it, you really need it, right? And, it's hard to say, well, we aren't ever going to have it. I would hope myself we'd have a better model pretty soon, but it's not up to the heads, service heads, to get that in place.
As we move forward with educating the populace on what the different levels of service mean, will we also be including what different skills the different levels of providers are able to provide?
Yeah, I think we can do that pretty easily because it's a state standard, so
and
we
making sure
certainly
people
can
understand what comes with having a medic level service versus not having a medic level service.
Yep.
And when you really need it,
yep,
you really need it.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and I think, I don't know, last year we've probably had intercepts, well, either intercepts or interventions by an on-truck paramedic, I don't know, 10 times maybe, Eddie? It's hard to tell because we don't really track it that close. We haven't had a lot of people that fall in that 3%, but...
I can tell you in the last year,
right.
We haven't got a paramedic. The calls that we've requested a medic on were cardiac arrest calls that a medic wasn't available, or by the time the medic got there, they weren't used.
The last intubation was less than a year ago.
Yeah.
The chances of my having another one are pretty good.
Yeah.
This is something that's super important to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that, and that's certainly been my frustration, having been involved with EMS starting back when I was an EMT and a long time ago, Roger, huh? 1978, when I first was doing first response. And, you know, it wasn't until, what, the last 4 or 5 years probably, Zeke, that we've had paramedicine in Chittenden County. Maybe it's probably longer than that now, but it was a very long time. For as progressive as Chittenden County is, we didn't have paramedics in Chittenden County. They had them every place out in the state, but not Chittenden County. So it's been a frustration for me how that response is made. And I mean, it's tough.
We have more questions, Roger.
I feel like one of the Muppets.
I look like one.
Roger Giro. I've got the sense from the other departments that you guys quickly go out of the volunteer mode. How many, like in Charlotte, how many rescuers are actually full-time rescuers now? What percentage of your shifts are?
Basically none.
None are what?
Actually all paid.
It's all paid.
Our volunteers work as third when they're available on the shift. There's occasional on the shift. For us, having the rig leaving the station in 60 seconds is priority to 90 seconds. So we did the town's taxpayers in Charlotte didn't want to wait the extra time after having the ambulance for years of getting out the door.
So what I'm hearing is within a fairly short time, we're not going to be hiring 2 people, we're going to be hiring 6.
No, I'm not saying it's a fairly short time. Charlotte Rescue worked with volunteer organizations since the early 70s. We started transitioning to part-time staff per diems in the middle 90s. 95, 96, where we had one per diem firefighter, attorney, for daytime response to augment the crew. As time went on, we had to augment more daytime staff, and that was after 2000. It wasn't until after we went to the paramedic level that we went to 24/7 staffing. Actually, in the last 3 years, I believe, we didn't dedicate to the full 24/7 staffing. So it takes time.
Depending on membership. If you've got membership, you got it. If you don't, you don't.
Richmond has a lot of volunteers. If they're bored, they can send a few my way.
Right. But a waiting list of 100 people here.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Unfortunately, the demographics in the town of Charlotte, and that's what a lot of it depends on, is the demographics. The town of Charlotte, a lot of our kids can't afford to stay living there. And as they're younger, so they're not volunteering within the community. Hinesburg, you don't have that problem. You've got generation after generation living within town. So you have people that their father volunteered, their grandfather volunteered. So it might happen over time, but that's going to be what level the taxpayers in Hinesburg want their service.
I also wanted to counter Chief Norton's comment that the ambulance is what saved those 20 people on codes. The codes cardiac arrest is saved usually at the scene by a defibrillator, not an ambulance parked in a driveway. Very few people are saved in an ambulance.
But again, one of these EMTs, what the treatment for stroke is.
No, of course.
A bolus and diesel, basically. Quick transport times.
Sure. They still need a CAT scan, and there's hours down the road. A minute or two, like the Richmond member said, the saving of lives is with a defibrillator quickly on a scene. And for a really spread out town, for me, I'd rather have a defibrillator on every road and my neighbor arrive in 2 minutes than an ambulance coming up through the village all the way to Texas Hill. That's my opinion, is you're going to save more lives with a defibrillator than an ambulance.
Which is also a point, I know both Richmond and Charlotte are not safe communities where defibrillators are spread through the community.
Do you have jumpers that go on calls, or you don't have jumpers?
We do have some first responders with defibrillators that go on calls, not to the level that Hinesburg has.
Clearly, I think we should save that, not let the ambulance be the only responding vehicle for codes. I'd love my neighbor to shock me and not wait 8 minutes for the ambulance to get here.
Well, you can get a pretty cheap one on Amazon. So just to throw a little plug in there, truthfully, I've kind of lost track now. I think we're up to 20? 26 defibrillators in town. So, and Katie is a product of a defibrillator, obviously, and she's worked very hard, working now to become she's now an instructor, and working on getting us up to a heart-safe community. So, February 1st, we'll be doing another hands-on CPR class at the station. So please come. But I mean, we've seen we know the importance of defibrillators, and we aren't going to change that. If we get an ambulance, we're still going to have defibrillators with all those other responders. All the police cruisers have them, all the fire trucks have them, because you look at firefighter deaths, it's cardiac arrest. So every one of our fire trucks has a defibrillator on it. Library, here, I mean, we got them everywhere, so schools, but.
Responders strategically placed throughout town have them in their house.
Yeah.
Respond direct.
Two things. One, I want to just assure you, if you had an intubation, your EMTAs here have supraglottic airways, which is superior to intubation. They'll take care of any respiratory arrest issue and keep you with a patent airway. That's something the fire department already has trained here for you. Secondly, completely change the subject here, going back to the finances. Just add in, when people look at ambulances and billing services, they sometimes think that, we can save a little bit of money, and Chief Morton can chime in on what it costs him a year, as can Charlotte and Richmond. But they think that, we can save a little bit of money and have somebody do the billing in-house. The CMS paperwork, which is the change in Medicare, Medicaid, is 1,500 pages. If you want a cure for insomnia, read about 6 of them, because they're written by federal employees who don't run ambulances, and all they think about is jargon. So I would say that if you choose to go with a fire department-based dual-role cross-trained firefighters, don't certainly think on what the cost of that billing service is, because to have somebody do it in-house is very labor-intensive, and if there's a mistake made in the Medicaid paperwork, the fine per event is $15,000 to the individual who made the mistake, not to the municipality, but to the person. So it's money well spent for that particular thing. So another thing, please don't be penny-wise, pound-foolish if you choose to go with a fire-based ambulance service.
All right, thanks. And there was nobody thinking we were going to do our own billing. No. All right, we're gonna go with just a couple more questions.
I'm Carol Jenkins. I think we should look at this if we do a town ambulance more than a one-year expenditure, but look out 5 years. And I'd just like to clarify, because there was discussion about maybe needing a new fire department, and then we would have to have a new place for it.
A new building, you mean?
A new building, yeah. And then at some point, how long does an ambulance last? So then there would be the capital expenditure for that. So I think to commit to the 1 year budget to say, oh yeah, let's have an ambulance, it'll cost us whatever. It's not a 1 year decision.
No, we would agree. I think in our budget, we had some capital in there, expecting to, have to replace ambulances and stuff. So we're not saying we have everything in there, but we've spent a lot of time to try to understand what it would be.
Yeah, and I think one thing really to think about too is, the building, a new quarters will probably be needed down the road regardless if we have an ambulance or not. We will have to have a new building. I mean, is it 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, all depends on growth. It's generated by growth. You know, if we stay stagnant the way we are, we can stay the way we are. I mean, it's a function. I mean, you look at Chief Morton, where they started out, and you look at the buildings that they have now, you know, it's a complete, and the same with Terry and South Burlington. I mean, day after day, there's new things coming on, and, you know, I personally feel we're unfortunate that we haven't had some building because of the tax that's generated off them. You know, and it's huge. And if we don't have the building, we aren't going to, you know, if we don't have the new structures, we probably aren't going to have a building. So.
Gotta have water though.
Yep. Yep.
All right, are there any more questions? Because I'm going to sort of open it up to the board so you can maybe hear what we're thinking.
Andrea Morganti.
Oh, yeah.
I also want to reiterate what Don said. I often ask, I try to think critically and look at things from a long-term perspective and larger. And I think I certainly have learned that we have a wonderfully dedicated crew and that the response time is phenomenal, that we have the way that it's operating now in terms of, and the importance of having that quick response from the EMTs. And so what I don't quite understand is if we have only one full-time person at the paid person at the station, but as what I understood is it takes 2 people to go out on the ambulance. So will you need to have a second person show up at the fire station to go out? Right. And then it also, in the numbers that are presented in the ambulance budget, the kind of staffing is distributed in 4 different places. There's the chief's pay, then there's the $74,000, and I think I understood that that's 2 paid positions. And then there's another $20,000, I can't read the fine print, but I think that's another staff thing. And then there's a $93,392.
Right.
So I'd like to understand, so that's a total of $197,000 in, employee costs. Yeah. And then there's, in the fire department, there's $52,000 in reimbursables. And so the numbers don't, and there's the yellow column that says those are covered in the fire department, but when you do the math, it doesn't quite work out.
So to answer the first question about staffing, if we go with an ambulance, the ambulance itself, we have budgeted 2 full-time people, okay? We also have a full-time person over in the fire budget. So that will give you your 2 for an ambulance and during the day. Nighttime, again, it goes back to the volunteers. So we typically have a good response at night.
So 3 people at the fire station during the day?
Correct, yeah.
With the ambulance.
With the ambulance,
and
yeah.
without it, this year, we've put in 1 person.
Right. And so if there's no ambulance, it's first response. And that 1 person's covering our daytime, which is our weak point right now. The yellow, that 20,000 that was in there, that is money that's over in that, the initial call reimbursement, it's called, up at the top. So it really is over here because those are first responders at night. But we showed it over in the ambulance budget because they're doing first response nights and weekends. Today they're over in the fire budget. So, is it 20,000? It may or may not be. I mean, that goes back to where, is it 2 people that go to a call or is it six people?
And the number of calls.
Right, and the number of calls. So we just wanted to show that there's money over here in this fire budget that's actually going to be utilized over in the ambulance budget. So it's not really, in all reality, if it works out that way, you'll see a $20,000 reduction over here in the fire budget because, you know, they're being first responders on an ambulance, I guess does that make sense?
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess I would hope that by next meeting, there could be a little clarity in that. And, you know, that we really understand where the money is. And I appreciate the reimbursables and the effort to get more efficient, to have, you know, if you need 2 people showing up in addition to the ambulance and you don't have 6,
Right.
how are you don't have to go into that now, but I would, you know, I think those are all good ideas, but I think it's really important for us to understand whether it's possible to do that with the technology we have, or the fact that everybody is continuing to respond from their homes as volunteers. So it's a pretty tall task to know who's going to respond when.
And, you know, so typically now we have a minimum of 2 people on every call scheduled at nighttime and weekends. So we always have that 2 people for first responding. You know, we'll have to change the model if we have an ambulance. Simple as that. But, you know, and especially, you know, during the day, we'll have 3 people. You know, sometimes you won't because somebody's going to be out. But again, it falls back really on the membership. You know, a lot of times when we get an ambulance into town to transport today, a lot of times they only have 2 people on it. You know, 1 person driving, 1 person in the back. You know, so I mean, it's up to us to develop that model and to make sure, you know, like today, if we have a cardiac arrest, the fire department gets paged out along with EMS, so you get everybody, right? Because there's a whole lot of jobs to do. You know, Katie's cardiac arrest was 19 people. We're there involved in that scene to get everything moved out of the way, get the person transferred, you know, do the care that's really needed. So, you know, it's a functionality of scheduling, I guess, is best. But yeah, I'll definitely make note about the 20K and the budgeting so we can make it a little more obvious. So,
yeah, and you know, we've been looking at it, and Renee, especially with Zeke's help and others, been looking at this spreadsheet because it kind of combines things, and you know, we've tried to sort of shake it out. I'm not happy that we show the St. George contract in here of $40,000. It's something we get when we stuck it here rather than there, but you know, it is very complicated, and for anybody who's sort of just looking at this for the first time, it's going to take a while to sink in, and quite honestly, you know, when the rubber meets the road, we're going to find, I'm sure, I doubt it goes down, it probably will go up, but we're trying to be as honest as we can with it. And I think if you look at town budgets, whether it's the fire department, the police department, the highway department, they come in pretty darn close. This is a new one, so it'll have to be dialed in. But, you know, once it's dialed in, you know, there shouldn't be a lot of surprises.
Yeah, and one thing we've tried to do is be very conservative on the revenue that would be generated. Just for that very reason, you know, because we don't know. I mean, all we can do is take the information from the other agencies that we can get information from and make a best educated guess. So.
Are there any more specific questions before I ask the board? Yes. Just.
That is in the budget.
So that's what we said. We would have a full-time person. I don't know if do you want to call them firefighter, EMT during the day, and that person obviously would be able to respond during the day when we have the least amount of volunteers available, and they would do a lot of the work that has to get done on a day-to-day basis.
So, so that's one of the things we've been talking about. So it depends on the call, I guess is the way to put it. You know, if it's a non-critical transfer, it'll be 2 people with 1 person in town. If it's something serious where you need all 3, you know, we do still have we have our police officers, for one thing, that are EMS people. So they're still in town to first respond. In any given day, we may have, currently we have 1 or 2, depending upon the day of the week, first responders still in town and would still be there. So, you know, we don't do away with first response. We'll change, it'll get changed, the name a little bit. You know, they'll be jumpers, which is first responders.
I think getting the right person gives us some more manpower in there, you know, rather than, I mean, we can't expect Al's going to come up with all the training schedules for everybody, or, you know, all the volunteers are going to do all the required inspections and just regular work that has to happen. So this person would have a lot of that responsibility, along with being available for response. So, and again, whether we go with the ambulance or not, I think the board is supporting that it's time. That's just what it is, it's time. But of course, taxpayers get to decide in the end whether it really is time. Good, we're gonna go a couple more questions and then I'm gonna ask the board to talk.
Stop.
Do you have an A on every call? You talk about first responders.
Right now, no. I mean, it varies. Again, because they're volunteer, some days we have A's, some days we don't.
What percentage of your...
No, I'm sorry, these are advanced EMTs.
Advanced EMTs,
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, advanced EMTs. Could I give you a number?
How many do you have volunteering?
So we have 6 currently, right? Okay, we have 5 current AEMTs. We have 2 more people in school, you know, just finishing up the A class. So that, you know, that's our cadre of A's right now.
And if we go with an in-town ambulance, will that be considered a requirement?
Yes, yeah. There absolutely will be an AEMT on that truck.
And so if the AMT is on the truck and they go to Burlington,
right,
will there then be no AEMT left in town?
Possibly. Again, it will fall back on what volunteers we have in town at the time. I mean, we're lucky now with, you know, Frank, Chief, you know, former Chief Cost. He's an A and he's retired, so, you know, as soon as he gets recuperated from his surgery, you know, he'll be back and be available days. And, you know, as our guys, people are finishing up the class, you know, and I had an A join last week, you know, so it's a challenge, but it's an absolute must. So.
Okay. So now I'm just gonna sort of ask the board if they, you know, their thoughts on this. And since it's a tough question, I'm gonna go myself first. So, you know, this has certainly been a learning experience. And I've apologized before, maybe more than once, and I'm going to apologize one more time because, I don't know, a year ago I said, why don't we put together a committee, they can figure this out and recommend what we should do. Well, it's a much bigger topic, obviously. There's a lot of numbers. There's a lot to it. There's so many dynamics, you know, volunteers and how will it impact them, and you know, a new building. It just goes on and on. But in the end, it's really what the taxpayers want. So we got away with free ambulance service. We have a great EMT emergency response team. And we were getting by really good, sort of for free, and those days are done. So we really, at this point, have 2 viable options. One is to hire it out, and response times will even be a little bit better, looks like, or do it ourselves. And I've sort of gone back and forth on this personally. I mean, at first I was like, whoa, we should just get a regional and, share it. And so that doesn't really exist in such a easy solution. And then we started to look at the numbers, and I said, geez, they're not as bad as I thought. And when you add in, potentially receiving or recovering some of the insurance, that certainly helps. I still think there's a little bit more work to do. So in my thinking, and I'm just putting it out there, my thinking is for this next year that in this budget, we ask Charlotte and we ask Richmond to give us service because it starts in July, and then over this next year, we keep working on this, because and it was hard to see the detail on the schedule, but I don't think the town's going to be ready come July 1st. And I think we might want to, and I think we have a little bit of time because the growth that's coming is still not quite there, but we expect it is going to come. So in my opinion, I think the taxpayers will want this local ambulance service. They'll end up having to pay a little more, but they'll know people, and in the end, I think it'll be a stronger community because of it. But I think initially, the way I'm sort of leaning is for this next year, we hire it out and we keep moving in this direction, and we get finer numbers, and we educate everybody that needs to be educated, because people aren't going to be educated in the next week or really for town meeting, I don't think. It's taken a long time for it. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And, to put on the warrant item, X amount to hire out the service. We had St. Mike's at one time, now we're going to go out and hire it out and start to develop exactly how we would transition from that, if the town decides to do that, how we do that.
I guess I'll go.
No, nobody shot me. That's good.
So one thing that I'm comfortable with going through this process is that I know we're going to have great coverage no matter where it comes from. I was impressed with Richmond, I was impressed with Charlotte, I'm impressed with all the people who are here every single day. My concerns, and they're significant, is about the financial viability and sustainability of this service. Because we see the spreadsheet here and it says a net cost of service $154,000. But between Richmond and Charlotte, I would say similarly sized services, basically a $500,000 operating budget if you take into account both of them was the average. So I think that's what we're looking at in the not so far off future. And that doesn't include a building. So I like the start that we have. I think it's very valuable. But until we get the growth that we've planned for and are expecting, it's just the financial aspect of it is pretty overwhelming, I think, over the next few years if we were to go with our own. I think we have great offers to contract. I think that's the most viable option right now. And I think building this out, our own service, toward the not so far off future is the way to go. But keep working on it so that when the growth does come, then we're ready to kick into action when we have the help to pay for it. Because you're right, Al, the grand list growth is flat at best. And to take on our own service, I think at this time would be probably irresponsible to the taxpayers.
Well, I do appreciate everybody who came. I appreciate the fire department, the EMS, all the work you do, and I appreciate all the really good questions people have asked. It is a very complex issue, and it seems like I was on the ambulance committee, and it's the same thing. The more questions we ask, the more complicated it gets. But I like to see things in a simple way, so my simple picture of this is St. Mike's gave us free service for 50 years. That's going to end. It's going to cost us something to have ambulance service, no matter what we do. So we can contract out or we can have our own service. I have heard everybody who has these services, Richmond and Charlotte and Shelburne as well, and Williston as well, say what you really want is your own service in your own town, because that will give you the best level of service. That's the only way that you're going to get the ambulance there as quickly as possible. I do think it's going to be a cost. I agree that it's going to be probably more of a cost than we can figure out until we're in the middle of it. But I think that's something our taxpayers should decide. I think we should get it as clear as we can and have it on the town warrant, whether it's Australian ballot the next day, or I suppose that's what it really has to be. I think it should be on the warrant this March, and the taxpayers should vote on whether they want to pay that extra cost of having our own ambulance or have it contracted out.
So yeah, when I came into this, I liked the idea of an ambulance in town, and my whole thing was convince me why not. And I still want an ambulance in this town. But when the metal meets the road and you look at the numbers, and we're talking without taking into account the $96,000 revenue, it's about $60,000 for the outsourced service, which gives us a partial paramedic, AEMTs 100% of the time, and a better response time than we had with St. Mike's. So it's cost us money, but it's a little better response time. And then I look at, okay, well, let's just go into our own. We don't have the paramedic, but except for in the on-call routine, and it's going to run around 153 to 250,000, right? So 2x in a good thing. So for me to say, okay, I'm going to write a check with taxpayer money and I'm going to pay twice the amount with less service, I can't do that in good conscience for me. But that being said, everything I've heard is it goes to what Mary Lee was saying. What does the town want to bear? What's it worth to? You know what I mean? Is it $35 a person? Is it, whatever it is? I think we need to get the numbers, but I think this is going to be a cost to everybody, and I think everybody should have the right to have a say in it. And while we are the select board, and I think we represent and we can make our decisions, and I'm happy to do that, I really think the best thing is to get the numbers solid, put them out there for everybody. I don't know if the vote would have to be on town meeting day, but I think we need to educate the people. What does this really mean? What do you really want? And I'm sorry, I don't know who said it, but the 5-year plan, right? Because let's be honest, there's going to be a new building. There's going to be more hired staff. So let's really put that out there and have a vote on it. So that's where I'm at. So I don't know.
All right, I'm trying not to take questions, but go ahead. It looks like only one, and I want everybody to have a chance to talk. Wait for that, Mike.
Ed Way, captain on the fire department, and EMT. Just to clarify that what we've proposed is for firefighters and EMTs. When Charlotte and Richmond come into town, all you're getting is an EMT. Okay? A paramedic would be great for the calls that we run. I don't think we would utilize it for the cost that it would have in town. So having advanced EMTs and firefighters, okay, that's the caveat here. Dual trained people that can do multiple jobs. We're not just relying on these people to provide medical care. When there's no medical care being provided, these people are doing firefighter jobs. Okay, if there's a building burning, these people are going to be fighting that fire unless they're doing medical stuff. So while yes, it is going to be a cost of $153,000 additional to our budget, on the grand list, how much does that really cost the taxpayer? How much is that taxpayer when you figure in all the taxes that we have to pay? What percentage is $153,000 to get 3 full-time paid firefighter EMTs with not only a quicker response time, our on-scene time right now is 33 minutes. That means we get to the call, we treat the patient, we're on scene for 33 minutes. We can cut that on-scene time by 20 minutes by getting there, assessing the patient, getting them in an ambulance into the hospital. Okay, so there's a lot more to this than just, well, we're gonna have EMTs, we're gonna have an ambulance. You're getting the best of both worlds. So it's, yes, it is gonna cost money, but in the grand scheme of things, what is $153,000 when you spread it out through every taxpayer in the town of Hinesburg?
Could I say something, Phil?
Yeah, go ahead. Chief.
Yeah, we really have been really remiss in not talking about the fire side of it. So, you know, he's absolutely right. We're going to gain daytime firefighters, which should, I mean, knock on wood, we're lucky we don't have a lot of fires. But response times, when the insurance company comes in and they rate us, it's about response time. So you will see, more than likely, the next time we get rated where we have full-time people, your insurance cost for your homeowner's policy will go down. It's, you know, we've really kind of, Ed's right, we've kind of left out the fire side of this thing. The other thing is, you know, today when we have a fire, St. Mike's ambulance comes and sits there. If we have a sporting event or something, we can call them and they will come and sit there, you know, because they have availability. And it's something that's very important. We can't go fight a fire without somebody there with an ambulance. And, you know, I'm not sure that other services are going to want to take their one ambulance out of service to come sit in Hinesburg for 3 hours because we've got a house fire. So just another thought, and that's it.
Well, I think when we decided to put the full-time person in the budget and put it to the town, you know, I think we saw that benefit there. So, all right, I think I'm gonna move on. So next week, you know, I think the board will make a decision on exactly what goes in the warning. But certainly this discussion is far from over. And I think we are so much farther along, and I hope you agree, Al, you know, compared to 6 months ago or a year ago, and certainly a couple of years ago. Now we've educated ourselves. We have an understanding of how it would work, basically how much it would cost, what we would get. We are so much farther ahead, so that when people make a decision, they'll do it from an educated position. All right, thank you.
One more thing. I don't want you, Al, in the fire department. Don't get discouraged. I know what we said, because I'm not discouraged. Because I would probably vote for it, but that's me, and I got to represent the town. So keep it up.
All right, let's go. So that was good part of the meeting. We just needed a little time to get everybody who wanted to leave. The rest have stayed. So next on our agenda is really an update on the March wastewater, delaying the March wastewater upgrade bond. Do you want to fill us in?
Sure. So I updated you a little bit last week, and I have, just for the viewing audience and our other people that are here, the median household income. So from the income survey, when we were trying to get everybody to make sure they filled out the survey if they lived in the service area, the median household income came in too high to apply for the grant funding that we would need.
USDA.
The USDA grant funding. So after reaching out to the state and USDA and our consultant, it was determined it would probably be best to wait and hold off on the bond vote. When I mapped it out with Wayne, I think we can hit the November one and still have some things going on in the background to keep us on track, to keep those schedules. The state, sometimes they would have said, yes, no, you've got to stay on track, you've got to go right to the bond vote in March. But they knew we've been doing our due diligence, and so they agreed to let it be our decision. So here, I'm just having you guys make a decision just as a formality. Do you want to go to bond vote with a likelihood of that? I mean, it was already questionable for passing, but I think if we don't have any grant funding to say, then the likelihood of it not passing is pretty high. So just need a consensus.
I'm going to guess, see you,
Thank you, Ken.
Good to see you again. I'm going to guess everybody's okay with pushing it out. Yeah. Well, you know, and there hopefully will be something happening in the State House this year. It, you know, and I don't think we are all that keen on doing this to begin with.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I think putting it off till November is good. It gives us more time. And again, it's sort of like this ambulance, where each time we go over it, you get a little more educated.
Yeah.
And so.
And I think it's in our best interest to allow these conversations to happen. So I've been also talking to some of the people at the state that are doing this. I've been in communication with Bill Lippert, who has also been talking to them as well. So these conversations are happening. Hinesburg is in front and center of people's minds, and so they are going to be looking at and potentially directing some additional funds. But that process is going to take a little while, and it's likely not to happen until the spring. So this buys us a little more time. We have a little more information, and then there's some other grant funding that I can explore between now and then too. Okay. So.
I don't think we need a motion.
No, you do not need a motion.
Should we put something in Front Porch Forum?
Yes.
And I'm happy to do it,
Yeah.
or, you know, so I'll do it. I'll explain the USDA, and then just sort of say, you know, that because of the change in our possible funding, you know, we're going to push this off to November.
And please thank folks for participating.
Yes,
it was really important.
yes.
This was not
Yeah,
for naught.
yeah.
I mean, this was
Right.
an important step in the process, and we likely will be doing these income surveys again, like
Yes.
when we do our water piece and
Right,
other things.
right.
So
Okay.
it's really important. The participation was good, and we can't emphasize enough how
Yeah.
key that was.
And I think we learned how to do it, you know, a little
Yes,
bit better this
yeah.
time too, so, okay,
And
so I will do
thank you,
that.
Renee, for your work. It's nice to hear that Hinesburg is front and center on people's minds, and that Bill Lippert is aware and
I think it's been a
involved.
combination of a lot of people, and just the more people that are spreading this conversation and talking and reaching out to people
So
is
that's
helpful.
really my next question. Should we encourage people to be writing letters to somebody in the legislature about this?
I think it never hurts to reach out to, you know, our representatives and be, you know, talking about this. But like I said, there are conversations going on right now.
So, I mean, in the Front Porch Forum thing, I could add something that says that, but maybe we need a little more information so we can tell people
Right.
what to say,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I could certainly, you know, reach out to Bill again just to see if he has some ideas of maybe
Yeah.
who to direct
Yeah.
that correspondence
Right.
to.
That would be great.
Yeah, that would be good.
helpful.
All right. That sounds good. Seems like, where am I going to be? And the governor's going to be there, and everybody's going to be there. Something's coming up. What is it? I have to think about it. It's coming up. I forget what it is, but I'm like, ooh, that might be a chance to bring something up. All right, let's keep moving. Capital budget and, so what exactly is this? Plan, public hearing?
This is the public hearing, so every year, this is part of the process.
Okay,
You have
right.
to hold a public hearing for our capital budget, to take any comments or anything, so that we can finalize that. And so then this is the final night of our capital FY21 capital plan and our FY21 through 25 capital improvement plan. So if there's any tweaks that we need to make to
We
it.
don't have to open a meeting, a public meeting, no.
I mean, it's a public hearing, so
Yeah.
I guess you could open the public hearing
Yeah,
just
let's
as
open
a.
the public hearing to discuss the FY21 capital budget, and capital improvement plan.
Do you want to put any limits on the number of people that can speak at a time?
I'll control that.
All right.
So we've looked at that, I think, pretty closely for the last 3 weeks. We've made some adjustments, I think a little bit. And I think we've pretty much kept to our desire to add a little capital for the future, I guess.
The only changes you guys made to that course was reducing the amount, for the
Highway.
tractor, and
Yeah.
the highway, the two things in the highway. Again, it didn't completely reduce it. We'd had savings in the current fiscal year, so the case tractor is being replaced this year. So we at least have the amount needed for a first payment, and then, so. But I kept highlighted the two changes that you guys made.
Yeah. Right, I see those and
Yeah.
highlighted in orange or yellow or whatever. So generally, would you say the department managers are happy with, our plan here?
I think they're fine. Their only concern is, obviously, when we started this in the last couple of years to start savings toward, that wasn't immediate. It wasn't like you turn a switch and there
Right.
we've got that. So it's something that we'd have to keep sticking with in order to get to that place. But if we are looking to find money and to, try to reduce that increase, there's very little places to go in our budget, and we've talked about that. It's a very bare bones budget. We have a very skeleton crew of people that are doing it. And so the capital budget really is kind of the place that you can decide. So you either pay as you go, or you're saving ahead of time, or you're completely based on what the interest rates are, you're going to that. So we're somewhere in the middle right now.
Yeah, we know we've been fortunate with low interest rates. It looks like they'll continue a little bit longer, but they won't last forever. I doubt it.
Yeah.
Question for you, Renee.
Sure.
With regard to the case tractor.
Yeah.
Would it make sense, rather than to put that into ongoing capital, just to pay for it out of fund balance?
Well, you certainly could pay for it out of fund balance. I think that, based on the amount, I would have to check on that. You may need to put that on, the town meeting vote.
Oh, right.
To use the fund balance, just like how I really suggested to do, instead of applying some fund balance to offset the tax rate, to apply it for capital projects. So like the sidewalks, apply a big chunk. For that, we would have definitely had to put it on the town meeting warning to get voter approval to do that. We have currently $20,000 in the current year for the case tractor. This $5,000 wouldn't be available till July 1 if we're keeping that in there.
And you'd use that for the purchase.
Yes.
And I guess other things we did, the screen plant we took out. So there's a couple of things we've done since the start of it.
And again, Tom, regarding that, using the fund balance, so you guys right now have proposed to use $125,000 to offset the tax rate. If you look on when I get to the spreadsheet, I can show you, I think we had about, if I kept 10% of the FY21 expenditures, because that's the high end of what the board wants to do, which I think is good. We have like about $186,000 to play with. So after you subtract the $125,000, then, so we have a smaller amount. We wouldn't have enough to purchase the tractor with what we have, unless we used more fund balance.
And on the fund balance, again, I think I asked this question last time, and it obviously didn't sink in. when it comes time to setting there is a point when we look at that fund balance and we actually go, okay, now it's going. Can we adjust that at that point?
As far, I mean, when we set the tax rate?
Yes.
And I did mean to call VLCT, and I didn't get that done, but
Okay.
I can do that for
So,
next
I mean,
week.
we could, if we have a little extra, we have 125, we might have, I don't know, say $50,000.
Yep.
And that keeps our 10%, which is the high end, which is good. That's being conservative. So it's, we're in good shape there. We could apply some of that extra to continue to lower the tax rate, or do something else.
We
But
can
it would be-
definitely apply it down, but I don't know that we could up, like
Okay.
extra.
It might be good to find
Yes,
that out.
yeah. I mean, because we have, in the last 2 years, we had fund balance that we had applied, but then at the tax rate, the grand list had grown enough where we
Yeah.
didn't need to use it. So
Right.
we can definitely go down. I just don't know that we can
Okay.
go up since
It'd be
we, the
nice to
voters,
know that,
approved
yeah.
that amount.
Okay. But the warning we're looking at now does say apply 125.
It's
Would,
included
it
in the
would.
budget.
Yes.
So it's on the
Right.
revenue side of the budget, there's a line for applying fund balance.
Mm-hmm.
And so right now, we have 125,000 to apply to offset the tax rate.
Got it.
Phil, if you don't mind, I'll make a motion to approve the capital improvement plan as presented.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. I think you've done well with this, Renee. There's a lot of moving parts, and it's always nice to have somebody who understands the whole thing completely. It takes a while to really understand it, and it's clear that you do, and you are trying to plan ahead. So I think we've adjusted a little bit. Freaking Aaron. I texted him and said, come help us do these chairs. And he's not.
Nice.
Okay. Is there any other questions on capital? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So I guess we'll close that part of the...
So I will remove the highlighted sections. Sounds like no changes are being made, so.
Right.
All right.
All right. Next item on the agenda is just the general fund, specifically a couple of minor things on the highway. And so we should have a discussion about the highway, employee salaries, and any other specific things. So
And before we start, I'd like to direct you to, I started having fun with some pie charts and things like that.
Yeah, that was nice.
But I did, on number 6B is FY21 municipal tax by department. Unfortunately, it's not loading for me right now. But if you can see that, I took the first pie chart, should have the entire, what the proposed FY21 budget is.
Yep.
Is that
4 million.
Yep, of the 4,195,243. And then that's each department, it shows how much, what the percentage is from each of the departments, so, which trends about the same every year. So highway is 24.8%, it's always somewhere around there.
Police has been 15.
Yep, so it's very similar. A different pie chart that I did this time is I took the proposed tax rate. So currently, as it stands right now, our proposed tax rate is 0.5619. I took each of those departments and what the portion of the tax rate is coming from those departments, so that you can see that figure as well. Then at the bottom, I have, and again, I can present this in so many different ways. I just wanted to, this would just be a talking point for tonight. So the FY21 proposed budget, the total is on the far right, the 4,195,243, And then for each department, it shows what that portion, what the dollar figure is based on their percentage.
And for a home, so if we look, for your $300,000 home, you are paying $175 for the fire department.
Yeah. And again, so the fire department, the discussions that we've been having over the last 2 meetings and we will for our next meeting, there's a cost that's not included in here, whether we go with a private service or whether we do our own. So you need to factor in, there's definitely going to be an extra, a higher amount than what we have at right now, regardless of which way we go.
Oh, because of
a
hiring,
contracted service
Yes, we haven't
versus.
put that in the budget yet.
Right.
So
Because
it would be great if you'd be able to break it down like this. I just, from the figures that Jeff's had, I figured it was about $34 additional that taxpayers would have to pay. So
Yeah.
I just think that it's really nice to be able to see it like this. If you have a $200,000 house, this is how much you're paying for each of these things.
Right.
And if and this is how much extra you would pay. But I guess, isn't that flat?
And this
Yeah,
is
well,
a year.
the per capita is flat, so that is apples and oranges. So I looked at it again, it's around $32 if you looked at the budget.
And
we
remember,
talked about.
these amounts that I have for the $200,000 home, $300,000, $400,000, those are a year by annual, so you divide it by 12, and that's what your monthly. So I think about my own private road association, we're paying $40 a month. With the highway, on a $200,000 home, the yearly amount is $279.09. That pays for the paving of our roads, the grading, all the material, the labor, and everything, we're getting for that. So same with police, fire. So I think it certainly helps me, and I'm hoping that type of information might be helpful to other folks to really get an understanding of that. A municipal budget is a very bare bones budget. Ours certainly is. We do not have fluff.
I think this is really helpful, and I hope that it will be in the town report.
Yep, I wanted to get, what you guys are finding helpful, if there's a different way you'd like me to present it. And then I will be doing my budget memo for the town report, which I always include some pie charts and different things. But I think the more information, where I think everybody sees things in a different way. And they have different ways of really retaining and understanding it. And so I think the more ways that we can show that, I think are helpful to a greater number of people.
Yeah,
So.
I agree.
Yeah, I think it would be, so if I'm doing this right, the fire went in there for 434.5.
Yeah.
If you just increase that, whatever, the 153
By
or
the
the 90, and then
153, yeah,
redid your
so-
Excel formula, it would give a pretty good indication of
Yeah,
what folks would be looking at.
Yeah,
That could be a good thing to see.
right. And I could even have that information available to you at the beginning of the meeting next week, so that we can talk about that in the audience, as far as if we did our own ambulance service, here's what now that fire EMS combined would be, what the breakdown would be. If we contracted out with one of the services, adding that cost into our budget, whether it's under fire or under general government, wherever, just to see how that changes things.
That would be
So,
great. That would be really good.
all right.
So, I did have some time today to sort of look over the proposed budget, sort of line by line. And I think we've talked about most everything. There's a couple of questions I think you're showing here on the agenda. The highway, we ended up deciding to take out the extra person, the additional person that was proposed, but you put in some additional money.
Yeah. So what you guys talked about last time, rather than hiring a 5th employee, you felt like we really needed to be able to fill that 4th position first, and then look at some other areas that we could get help. So you had offered that I add in like 10 to 15,000. What you see in here, I added 15,000 into the highway salary line. I think it gives some flexibility. You know, there's various needs, and I've kind of been talking to Michael about that. How could we best use that? Is it, you know, applying some hiring bonuses, adjusting salaries so that we're more marketable to the, you know, anyone that's looking for a position? Or is it maybe hiring some admin time, or just utilizing some part-time help in the
Right.
key times of the year that we really are short, you know, to help give them you know, so they're not walking around exhausted because of storm after storm, they've been on call constantly, that maybe somebody gets a weekend off, or, you know, they're not on call and while they have this part-time person that's helping. We've been utilizing other staff from a staff member from a different department that has a CDL, which has been wonderful. It obviously leaves that department short, but it's something that we can work with for a little bit, but that would give me some money to be able to pay that person.
Have a little bit
So,
of flexibility. Now, as far as the salaries, I mean, that would be difficult in
Yeah.
this situation.
So I don't have the latest municipal compensation report. I just ordered it from VLCT to have the updated one. All the towns, we've been reaching out to each other. Everybody's asking, oh, what are you paying this person? What are you paying? Because everyone's in the same boat. They're, you know, trying to hire people, and there's just a very small workforce in some of these key positions. So I think we're all trying to make ourselves in a better place.
So everybody's okay with that 15 in there as a sort of a fund to use to, you know, get more work done and be more efficient?
Right. I think we talked about this before, but reaching out to the tech colleges, I think, I wonder if there might be students that are still in school that would be able to do some part-time work.
Right.
You know, they stay up all night anyway. Why not plow?
Wow.
There we go. I think, you know, a partnership even with CVU and talking about there's kids, everyone I mean, there's people that are definitely geared toward a four-year program. There's, you know, people that have different needs. And so when we look at the grad challenge or whatever they're calling it now, maybe there's some other opportunities that we as a town can offer for potential sort of internship situations, not just with the highway, but with water, wastewater, with our planning department, with some of our boards and committees. I mean, I think there's so many learning opportunities for youth to realize there are places, you know, if they stay in town, there are many opportunities for them. So I think we could really tap into some of that here.
All right, so next were employee salaries. So where did we land on that?
So which I left it with the 2% for everyone else, except for the ones we've already obligated with, you know, union negotiations and the police.
Okay, comments, thoughts?
And have we had conversations about that with the department heads or?
I have talked about, I mean, they do know that this is the conversation. So I have said that it's more, you know, likely a 2%, but they are still trying to kind of work around that. So.
Any other items to review or you want to discuss? We talked about the fund balance. Did you say 150 or 125? 125?
125 is what you guys chose to, at the last meeting, to apply to offset the tax rate. So that's shown at the bottom of the revenue page of the revenue applied fund balance. It's on the revenue side on line 78. Again, with all my little formulas at the bottom.
Able to adjust.
A reminder that 1 penny on the tax rate is equivalent to $62,413.
Which is good. It used to be 50,000.
And our available fund balance to utilize based on where we're at right now And if we retain 10% of the FY21 expenditures and not touch that, we would have $185,405.71 to tap into, which we're already right now saying 125 of that that we'd use, so we'd have about 60,000.
Potentially more. And so we should clarify exactly if we could use that.
Right.
You know, or do we have to do it now?
Yeah, I think it's likely that you need to do it now, or at least that's the best, most transparent way.
Yeah.
Again, you can go down, you can say you're going to use 125 and not use all of that, but I would suspect it's best practice if it's not something that we really have to do, that we need to state it now if we're thinking about going larger.
So, you know, I'm open to some potential capital. You know, you talked about sidewalks or anything like that. I'm certainly open to that, but since it looks like we have the room, I've always been an advocate of giving the money back. So we have we've left over money for whatever reasons. There's a number of reasons. Some of it is because, you know, we haven't been able to fill positions, and so therefore we haven't spent all the salaries and other things. So I would be, you know, totally okay with taking another $25,000 out of the fund balance and apply it directly to lowering the taxes. People gave money for their tax money, and, you know, we shouldn't be holding on to it. And with the 10%, I think that's pretty solid. I think most years I've been here, it hasn't quite been that much. It's been 7, you know, so 7 to 10, I think.
I do want to add, and obviously you guys are going to make whatever decision you feel is the best, that giving back to the taxpayers isn't necessarily just offsetting the tax rate, but it could be using that fund balance to pay for capital projects that we would have been bonding for or paying for in a different way and be in a future budget. So you have many things, you know.
I'm open for that too. So,
so I just wanted to clarify that.
And the other question that I have that I brought up before, it looks like I don't see in the future the tax rate going down. Our expenses keep going up, and on the near horizon, we don't see a lot of growth happening that's going to bring in the revenue to reduce it. So if we keep taking from the fund balance, at some point, we're going to have a kind of a shocking raise in taxes, perhaps. So I would rather do it incrementally.
Right, but the fund balance is more money you collected than you spent. So you can't keep doing that every year.
Exactly.
It's basically just offsetting. You know, I look at it like this: if we budgeted for a 4th highway person and we didn't pay them this year, why should we tax the taxpayers for that 4th person again this year rather than just put the money back into the budget? It's basically what we're doing, is taking last year's budget money and putting it into this year's. I agree with Phil. I mean, it would be nice to tackle some of these projects, but I just feel like we're at that point where, and we were expecting more fund balance, aren't we?
What's that? Yes, so once I'm able to, you know, the bond for the highway garage, because we did come in under budget, but there's still money to be expended from that, so I have to wait until that's all done before I can ask for the funds back.
Our fund balance.
Yes, yeah.
So that's why I'm comfortable with Phil's suggestion of another $25,000, and it would still keep us, you know.
And you know, it sounds like we have even a little bit more. So what capital, I mean, you talked about sidewalks, but what capital would you, if we had another 25, let's say, or, you know, which one would you want to spread it out to?
Well, I think there's several different things, but the sidewalks, we had the capital improvement plan done by Tyler Billingsley, and so within that are the sidewalks that need to either be upgraded, you know, repaired.
Maintained.
There's also the bridge that needs work, and so those things were in that piece. We've got a sidewalk plow that we need to replace at some point.
We've been putting 10,000
We've been putting
in.
10,000, so we started that in the current year, and then we are proposing to put another 10,000. I did have a talk with John today. He actually went to harvest it to see if we can get a demo of he found a smaller, like a John Deere type tractor. So I encouraged them, if they would allow a demo, to bring it here during a storm and try our most challenging sections of the sidewalk, just to see if this is really gonna work, because I don't want to ask, I don't want us to buy this if we don't know for sure that it's going to work on the most challenging section. So they are willing to do that, and so they will be demoing a tractor. I think he's going to try to coordinate with you, Tom, just so that you could be there, see it, and you can report back to the board on that before we make a decision.
So, based on that, I mean, it sounds like we have a little bit there in the fund balance. We could take 25, put 15 toward sidewalk maintenance, repairs, all that, and put another 10, besides the 10 we're putting, into the plow. So we'd be now at 30,000. And we think that'll cost around 50 or 60?
So the quote that he got today was
Like almost 40.
40? So
Fifty
we'd be,
something.
yeah, we'd be pretty close then.
Yeah, yep.
Can I suggest that there are some sidewalk sections I've seen, and the one right by Brian Boozer's house.
Yeah, that's the one that's
is
highlighted the
really
most.
bad. So if we have a number on that.
We do.
So
It's in
what-
that
Yeah,
category.
well, no, I just don't remember where it is or
It's a
when we
lot.
talked about
I
it.
mean, it was like, I can pull it up. Let me just see.
I just think rather than distribute it around, let's pick a project and get it done. I mean, there might be other
Yeah, I
sidewalk
agree.
money.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do this, let's just focus on one thing and
Yep. No, that's,
Hard copy.
yeah.
Marilee and
So if we did this, then how much of the fund balance are we thinking of using to lower the taxes?
I would say the 150 too, so that would be up to 175 on the fund balance using.
What's a standard percent we'd want to keep that at? So 10's a little
10.
high,
7.5 to 10.
7.5 to 10.
And it's not written down in any policy,
It
but
is.
it's, oh, it
Yeah.
is?
Yep.
So there you
Yep.
go.
You have a policy.
And how much would that lower the tax rate?
To put, how much are you saying?
150,
150 in there? I will show you.
be 2.5 cents.
So I'm gonna change that to 150. So now the tax rate proposed would be 0.5579. So now we're 0.283. So we're under 3 pennies from last year's or the current year's tax rate. Just over 2.25.
Wow, so we went from 8 down to 2.25?
No, I mean, no, it was, we were down to 3 because of the 125,000
I
applied
know, but
fund
when we
balance.
started doing this, it was 8%, right? But the tax rate was going to be increased.
Yeah, I can't remember, I mean, just,
That's what I remember, so
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
That's when Renee didn't have the pencil sharpener.
nice.
So if we were to go with 175 on the fund balance, where does that, and we think we're going to have more to put in, but forget that. Where does that leave us?
You
As
have
far-
about 10,000, so again, the available fund balance to utilize is $185,405.71. If you used $175,000, you'd have $10,405.71.
more than the 7.5%.
More than the 10%. We're holding 10%.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, yeah.
So, and again, we will have some bond funds too, that will come back in
We think, yeah.
too, so.
So we're pretty good, and I'd feel good about putting some of that back to the taxpayers. And I think, putting some towards some capital and You know, I'd propose we put 15 on the sidewalk repair and 10 more on the sidewalk plow, which gets us close to the new plow. We could certainly get it by next year if we needed it.
So are you
or
changing
sooner.
the capital budget that we just?
That would,
through?
yeah, that would. But it
All
would
right.
have anyways, right?
Yeah.
If we use some for the capital.
Yep. So we have to kind of go backwards to the capital budget.
Right.
Public hearing piece.
Can we just do that and amend it next week?
I don't know if we can.
Yeah, technically, that was our
Oh.
hearing that we were.
Okay, so we could do
should
the
it
hearing
now.
again next week?
No, because
Okay,
I have to
it's
warn
gotta be
that.
warned.
Yeah, it's already been
So
warned.
we'd have to go back,
Yeah,
open it up.
so I guess we go back
If-
and open up.
What are people thinking?
So you're thinking
Forget the-
150, Phil, just
For the tax rate?
just for the tax rate and 25 additional into capital?
Into capital.
Okay.
Yeah, I found you and Tom to be convincing, so sounds like a good idea.
So 150 of applying to the fund balance. Okay. And then you want to,
I gotta go back and look at that capital.
so you're saying to sidewalk, put 15,000?
That's in the sidewalk construction,
Yep,
yeah. Instead, we have 10 now, we would put that at 25,
put it at 25.
right? So we have 10 now.
What would
Okay.
that,
So
Oh,
then
yeah,
I'm gonna
20,
have to add. I'll have to add to the buildings and facilities capital transfer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what else
We
besides
said the sidewalk plow.
sidewalk plow?
We're
So-
now putting in 10. We put 10 in last year, so if we change that from 10 this year to 20, we'd be close to making it, you know, if we needed that, we'd be close to being able to replace it. It would be a replacement, right? We wouldn't keep the one we have.
Well, that's what I said to talk about, like,
Yeah.
what ways, I mean, do we want it as a backup sidewalk plow? Is, you know, what,
mean, I
does
think
that
they've-
offset?
they've put good money into this rig.
You keep it for
It's not ideal for the sidewalks, and I can support putting money aside for a new one, but it's very functional for loading and unloading stuff at the water plant, for example.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it has forks.
I
and
asked
think
them
they bought a
about that,
brush
they
for
said
it.
they aren't utilizing it for that. Yeah, so I want to understand, I did ask them to have, when harvest comes out, to do a quote for the toolcat, so we know what the trade-in value would be.
Yeah.
So then we can come back to you guys
We'd be very
and
close at
have
that
that information with the quote, the experience of how the demo worked on our sidewalk network, on the most challenging sections, and then what the trade-in value of the toolcat, and what's the value of keeping it, and how we could utilize it. And then,
There's also brief talk about having them buy the
The trackless.
tractor.
Oh.
And so get another attachment for John Deere, so the work that's done out here, for example, could be done with John Deere and get rid of that blue tractor.
Right, I mean, we don't have to solve it here.
Yeah.
So what I'm proposing is we put it, you know, we know we're gonna, we know we need that. to do a better job, faster and better. So we add 10 more thousand in there, and we'll be able to make a decision when we're ready to make a decision. And considering we just had the new policy and a lot of discussion about maintaining sidewalks, and we are committed to trying to do a good job, this will get us closer there. What are people thinking?
I already told you what I thought. I think it's a good idea.
I just want to show you what that does here in just a second.
It'd be nice to get some stuff off of the list, but those are two valid things to put money towards, so.
What do you mean, get things off the list?
So are there's any of these, like, so I'm looking at some of the cars and stuff where we could leverage the funds to just, I think,
Buy them out.
just, yeah, get them off the list and they're done.
Well, the new sidewalk plow will buy out.
Right.
When time comes, probably, be close to it.
So Phil, I'll make a motion to approve the capital summary as amended.
Can I just tell you now, so that, so that's out of buildings and facilities capital
Yes.
transfer, so then when I put that into the regular budget, now the difference is just under 3.25 pennies difference from the tax rate last year, so the FY21 proposed is 0.5619. And that's applying $150,000 in fund balance and also adding the additional 10,000 to the sidewalk plow and 15,000 to
the sidewalk
the sidewalk
maintenance
maintenance construction. And if we were to do this, you know, I think you definitely want to communicate. So we're trying to continue that service.
Right.
The sidewalk has been it's been a
Yeah.
big conversation in
Yeah, I mean,
this.
we really haven't done a lot to it.
Right.
We put in a lot, but we haven't done a lot. So
Right.
this is good. We'll be able to do a little bit more maintenance.
Yeah.
It may not be the amount we should be putting in every year,
No.
but
Well, yeah.
we're learning to do a better job of that.
I really would like to get to a place where we're using fund balance to do some capital
Yeah.
projects, and so unfortunately, we do need some grand list growth as well.
Yeah. So, does that seem okay to you?
Are you guys?
Sounds like it. So we have a motion. Do I have to open up? I'll open up the meeting again to go back to our capital improvement plan, public hearing. And we have a motion to modify what we previously approved by another 25,000, 10 toward the sidewalk plow, additional 10, and 15 additionally toward the sidewalk construction. Both come out of buildings and facilities. Is there a second?
I second it.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Got that, Val? You okay?
Yep.
All right. Sorry to be goofing up with your spreadsheet.
Don't mess with the spreadsheet.
All right, are there any, so we talked about fund, is there anything else on the general fund? Is everybody happy with where we are?
Happy may be a strong term.
Yeah, sorry. Satisfied that we've done the best we can. And it's something we feel confident to present to the voters on town meeting day.
I am. And
Right.
I would like to see in your narrative, though, Phil, for the town meeting night, exactly why we're in the situation.
Sure.
we're in.
Yeah.
I think it's
I
important for
think-
people to know that.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it last year, and, you know, to the agenda for the DRB was Haystack Crossing? Not Haystack, was it? No.
It's
the other development. It's just
Right, it's
preliminary
not mine.
plat, but, so there is some coming. If the economy doesn't crash, we will see some growth, but it will take a little while, 2 or 3 years, before it really starts to have an impact.
And it doesn't have to be all
major developments,
No,
but
a
some
little bit,
infill on the
yeah.
properties.
Yeah.
You know, I think we have plenty of water now. I'm not sure how much we got back from after Hannaford decided to back out. That was a significant.
Yeah, not much, I don't think, but
I
some.
thought it was pretty good.
Maybe.
I don't know.
And they've been actually getting more water back from, you know, they've done a lot of work on repairing things and keeping
right,
that
yeah.
up, so they continue to find a little more water just with what we have already.
So we'll go over that again
Yeah.
next June, probably, and
Any
maybe able
update
to
on-
allocate
on
more.
that well?
That's still going through its process. That part takes a while.
So I agree. So we'll keep moving here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we good with that? So then those numbers will be in the final numbers will be in the warning for next week, which we need to approve.
Well, no.
Next week?
Well, maybe after next week, because we need to figure out what we're doing to the ambulance.
Well, but next week is when we have to finalize the warning.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of the agenda, that's all gonna be done that
Yeah,
night.
well, that's why I said we should have a discussion today about the ambulance, right? And where are people landing? So now the next item is the town warning, which is where it will fall, potentially. So we have a warning in our packet. That must be number 7?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
again, it's very draft. It's also based on the numbers that we had prior to the little changes that we just
Yeah.
made, so now I've got to go redo all of that. And let me just get to that.
So on the ambulance, you know, what I had discussed was putting an article in there that says to approve the added funds for hiring it out. And, you know, I think Mary Lee talked about it and others said, you know, potentially going to Australian ballot for the ambulance.
Yep, and I'm not really in favor of just saying, having voters approve the funds for hiring it out. I want to give the voters a choice to either approve the funds for hiring it out or approve the added funds for starting our own service.
One or the other.
One or the other, yep. Because my understanding is that if it is approved, they can start training right away, and there are lots of options about getting a second-hand ambulance or getting an ambulance on loan, that by July, they could be ready. And if they're not, then it's possible that St. Mike's will extend a few months if they're in process.
I think St. Mike's has agreed they would. How would we have a warning that says this or that?
That, I'll have to work with VLCT elections to see how we would craft that and how that would work.
So,
And as Jeff
possible.
pointed out, maybe it wouldn't be at town meeting, maybe it would be at another time. Is that
well,
something that's
potentially,
possible?
you know, potentially you could have a vote in November.
Or the primaries, during the primary election.
But you
Right.
couldn't just
Or-
hold a vote like in May or something.
Well, you could, but that,
It's expensive.
yeah, and kind of, people aren't used to it. So,
Well, I feel like we've been talking about this for a long time, and I think people in town are interested, and I think a decision has to be made, and I think the townspeople are the ones who should make that decision.
so are you saying it's a warned item or it's a Australian ballot?
Oh. Well, I guess the question is, can you do either or? How does that work?
You could do either or.
Let me ask you this question, Mary Lee. It is now almost the end of January. Town meeting is in 2 months. Do you fully anticipate being able to educate the entire citizenry of Hinesburg as to the nuances of our own ambulance over that short amount of time?
No, and I don't think the whole populace of Hinesburg is ever going to be fully educated on the nuances. For me, the nuances keep changing. The more I know, the more complicated it is. But at some point, the question needs to be asked and a decision needs to be made, and I think we've come to that place. We're not gonna get a clearer view of the numbers.
Oh, I think we will absolutely get a clear view of the numbers going forward.
Well, I think Richmond and Charlotte have given us very clear proposals.
They have, and in my opinion, they don't match up with what our anticipated cost of running our own is. Maybe over 1 year, but certainly not as we build out to a full staff.
They don't match up, you mean they're less?
No, they're more. Their operating budget, if you average them out, is about $500,000 apiece.
I see, so it's
Charlotte was 5 something.
514 and
Richmond was 4 something.
yeah.
And we're being told that our budget is going to be $150,000. Well, that might be true for year 1. But what is it in year 2, 3, out to 10? I mean, once you take that jump, you're in it. I think we need to just pick our way to it. And if contracting for a year or 2 is how we get there, that's how we get there. But I'm way more comfortable going with a tried and true service. Not that our people can't handle it, but the infrastructure is already in place. And they have the capacity to take us on. Because I'm not comfortable making that leap, given that there's no growth, what it's going to do to our taxes, the additional needs that they're going to have. I'm very much not comfortable with it. As much as I think the people can handle the job, and we still haven't really addressed what Don's concern was about being able to compete with the other services and retain and attract employees. I mean, we're gonna be cutting each other's throats trying to staff our own ambulances. And I've said for the last few years, each and every town having their own ambulance and own police service is not sustainable. And just because it's never been done, the regionalization, doesn't mean it can't be. If people put their mind to it and do it, I think it can be done. But everybody wants their own, and it's not sustainable in a small state.
I don't think anybody disagrees with you, Tom, that it can be done. The question is when. And everybody I've talked to says not tomorrow, maybe in 10 years.
It's a perfect opportunity for Hinesburg to lead the way in figuring it out, rather than just jump in and do what everybody's done, and many of which are failing.
I also really feel like the townspeople have to have a say in this. I'm not comfortable with the select board making this decision. It's a big decision. It's a decision that people's health depends on.
If I thought that the service the people were going to receive was a downgrade from what we've been receiving in any way, I would not suggest contracting. But the fact of the matter is, we're going to have probably a faster service if we split the town in half than we ever would have from St. Mike's.
Well, that's
and
true.
a reasonable amount of time. I mean, 15 minutes. We live in a rural state. If people want ambulance service 2 minutes down the road, I would suggest they live in the city. But if you choose to live in Hinesburg, Vermont, I don't think the expectation should be there that you're going to have an ambulance at your doorstep in 2 minutes. First response, in my opinion, is the necessary key to keeping people alive. Not necessarily the ambulance. It's the first response. I've heard it from doctors. I've heard it from other first responders. So I'm just not comfortable with where we're at. I'm just not. Not for the amount of money that we're going to be talking about.
Jeff, what's your thoughts? And how might we put that in a warning or on Australian ballot?
Right, so see, I'm still new on the warnings and all that, and how it plays out, right? Dates and times and all of that. In a perfect world, I think it would be great. That's why I mentioned earlier, it would be great to see the 5-year plan. And in my head, this is going to become a fully staffed department. It's not going to be volunteers. It's going to be a separate rescue squad off the fire department with its own budget, its own staff. We're going to have to get a building. I mean, let's just be honest about it. And what does that look like out 5-10 years? There is no way to educate or get that number together by town meeting day. I agree. No. So the question to me then becomes, well, can we do it by November? Okay, so if we go to November, then that kicks out either St. Mike's or we contract, and that's where my head is at. I believe in the vote that Marilee's saying. I think people have the right. That's why I kind of like the idea of here's our budget, here's what it would look like each way, and if the voters could say, here's nothing, here's contract, here's that. But to Tom's point, that's 1 year. It's not really reality. So I'd like to see it on a ballot with education coming in the November election for people to make that decision. And it may be here's the plan. Coming here tonight, my thought was we would contract probably. And it would be nice, the difference between the 50 and the 150, to take a portion of that and leverage it for planning, training, getting ready for the thought of what's next, right? So I don't know if the fire department's staffed to do a level of service. So what does that look like? What kind of training do they need? I still have a bunch of questions in my head to say, I'm ready to say it's this. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of what ifs. Not that you'll have it all nailed down, but there's a lot of questions that are either changing constantly or not known enough for me to say, go fire department, but go get an ambulance.
I would encourage you guys to come up with a list of questions, things that you really feel like are missing still. Mm-hmm. And send those to me so that I can distribute it to either the private service providers or the municipal-based service, so that they can come prepared on the next meeting to either speak to those questions, and then you can decide whichever direction you want to go, and maybe that doesn't change anyone's opinions, that's fine, but I think just if you have outstanding questions that you haven't asked yet, ask them.
I want to piggyback on what Renee said, because she pointed out before, but I don't know if it really sunk in, that these two, Charlotte and Richmond, are not municipal services, they're private services. And
they're nonprofits.
Yes, but they're not municipal. And the Williston one is municipal, so that's why the budget is quite different. And that's why it may look like we're not spending as much, because we're already spending a lot on the fire department, which is part of our municipal budget. And so we'd be spending additional. If you add the fire department expenses and the additional ambulance expenses, maybe you'd get to what their budget is.
I wasn't talking at all about Wilson. I was talking about
I know.
EMS service from Richmond and Charlotte.
I know, and I'm pointing out that their budgets are different because they're standalone EMS services. They're not municipal services. Williston is a municipal service. So their budgets are going to look different than our budget, because we are also a municipal service. It's under the town. It's not standalone.
I don't know what difference it
So,
makes, but
I had weighed in at the beginning of the discussion there, right after the questions and answers, and had proposed that in this warning, we add in what the contract service is, and, people can vote on that, and that we say, in November, we will put it to the taxpayers, put it into Australian ballot to vote for moving forward with an ambulance service. And by then, we'll be far more educated, we'll be able to trust the numbers, or even if we don't agree on the numbers, we'll be able to communicate it better, why we do agree or why we don't agree. And I don't think, that having a slight delay in it, more of a delay, a potential delay, if we move forward, is really going to impact us all that much, other than to educate us more, in my opinion.
So then what would the question on the ballot be?
Do you want to pay $55,000 or whatever it is to contract out?
And what if people say no, then what?
Then we don't have an ambulance service.
So if we don't have an ambulance service, we're dependent on mutual aid,
Right.
and I feel that that's unethical to be. They've been so nice and so ready to help us, and just to not pay anything and expect them to fill in the St. Mike's hole.
So sell it to the taxpayers. I think they'll think the same thing. I mean, I don't think people will say, we don't want an ambulance.
Well, you're not really giving them a choice, are you?
We're giving them the opportunity to decide what their budget is.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see how you would put a choice on a warrant item. And again, we'd want it to be Australian ballot, I think, for this decision.
Can we put in the warning, okay, let's put in the budget to 50,000 to contract, and then have we're gonna vote in November, because it will give us time to see, because what I really need to see, what's your 5-year plan, what's your 10-year plan, where's this going? You know what I mean? Where do you, versus, we're just ready to roll.
Right.
You know, what's the plan? I want to see that. And I know there's no way we're going to get that by now, but I also don't want to give up on.
No, I mean,
I know people want an ambulance, right? Whatever we think. The town, there's a lot of folks who want it, and I think they need to have the right to have the opportunity to get the numbers, make a decision, right, and go. And I think the nearest we're going to be able to do that is November. So I agree with that route, but make it clear that we're going to have this decision in November. That's where I am at.
Right. I mean, I think it would be clear if that's what we said, that's our intention to do it.
So it doesn't sound like you're really thinking about anything on the warning then for this time.
Other than the contracting out.
Well, right,
Yeah.
the contracted out
Right.
service, yeah.
But this is what I'm confused about. If voters turn down the contracting out, we have to do something in July.
We have a budget that says, here's what the police cost. They could choose not to vote it in. That's happened in towns.
Okay, yes, that's right, okay,
Here's what the highway costs.
okay.
They
So-
can choose not to
so
vote it
we're-
in. And they could also say, here's what the contracted cost goes. They could say, no, instead of 60,000, make it 150,000, and we want you to put it toward an ambulance. Now, we don't have to do that, but typically we follow what they say if they change the amount.
So this isn't an Australian ballot, this is town meeting.
Right, town
Yeah.
meeting.
So it would be essentially saying the select board is really recommending, this isn't the way that we'd word it, but this would be the intention, that we contract out the ambulance service in July when St. Mike's stops, and then in November, we'll have a townwide vote on whether to have our own ambulance service. And I want to say that Al spoke really clearly about what's going to happen in the future, because it was a question. He was sitting right there, and he said it really depends on the growth.
Sure.
If the town doesn't grow, we're fine the way we are. We can stay in that building. I don't think they want to stay in that building, but that is what he said. That building will serve us. But if the town grows, we're going to need a new facility.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I know they say that, but I don't see how you could operate. I mean, I guess you could, but I really think you add an ambulance, plus you're keeping the Med 100, plus the 2 trucks. I don't know how long they'd be able to run an ambulance service that way. I don't think you could effectively do that. Maybe in a short term, but I don't think you could, that's just my opinion, right? So. I just know at the end of the day, I'd like the voters to have a chance to say, yep, we're willing to spend this kind of capital and have a $500,000 budget for an ambulance and a fire.
I agree with you, Jeff, but I want everybody to have their say, but I want the time to get the correct information out.
Yeah.
Not just next year, but 10 years down.
Yeah.
Because it's going to pile up. And people need to know that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because people will vote with their hearts on such a thing as an ambulance.
Yep.
And it's just too big of an issue to vote with your heart. You need to have solid numbers.
Do you think it's realistic to get those type of numbers by a November ballot?
I would say so.
Yeah, I would hope so.
So that's, in an ideal world, that's where I'm at. We cover ourselves come July until whenever, and if in November people say, I don't want it, then we continue to contract, and if they say we want it, it's a matter of we contract until such time as it's feasible to cut
So I
over.
guess you want to think about how you want to get there. What is it you're missing beyond the capital costs and the 5-year out, 10-year out plan? Who do you want to gather that? Is it, we had a consultant, and with weigh-in from the other professionals in the field. So how would we do that differently, and what would that look like?
And the other piece of that is educating the townspeople.
Right, yeah.
Because one thing that I think is pretty much of a given is we're starting with one full-time person, but in a few years, we'll have another full-time person. Right now, the second one would be per diem, but that's going to build up to 3 eventually. So that's something that can be calculated. Whether, if we have the new facility, it's going to be hard to calculate that cost, and it depends on how the town grows. So there are all these unknowns. But that, I think, from what I've heard people say, that's pretty much of a given, that we're going to end up within 5 years with 5 full-time people.
I don't think it's difficult to calculate what the budget's going to be at all. I think we had 2 similarly sized town services anyway, towns of similar population as we have, and their average budget is about $500,000 right now. Not 10 years, that's right now, and they're existing.
That depends. I mean, if we are able to utilize volunteers more than Charlotte can, Charlotte's really not a volunteer town, then, you know, that increase will take longer.
Yeah.
So, don't forget, they're basically all full-timers, sleeping in the, you know, so.
And that's one thing that the sleeping in is something that it seems that has to go eventually with an ambulance service, because Shelburne has it, Charlotte has it, Richmond has it, right?
But that's what people think they're gonna get today, I think. If you say, hey, there's an ambulance, they think there's somebody ready to roll.
Exactly.
24/7 in that ambulance, which is true, but it's not. what's in your
Right,
head.
so I think that's a big piece of not just us understanding, but educating the people of Hinesburg.
So, you know, how much more the numbers, you know, and how we get different numbers, we can certainly work on that, but to me, it's more on the education piece.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, just a side note, so growth barring some major economic disaster, right? I think we've got 2 plans right now coming in. I don't know how many people that would add if you assumed phase 1 of Haystack and then what's going behind Kenny. You know, say that builds out over the next 3 to 5 years. Then you're gonna need an ambulance, you add the ambulance. I think if you look at wanting to grow the value of real estate, people wanting to move here, people wanting to grow the town, part of that is having services that people expect. So I think we're gonna be there sooner or later. I just would like to have a more realistic, honest look at the world, you know? So.
I just for reference, so of all the services that we talked to, there was only one that said that they were able to do this budget neutral, and that was Shelburne. So
If they were able to do this, what?
without any cost to the taxpayers.
Adding ambulance.
Added in for their ambulance service, they were able to recoup that. They are a volunteer, 24/7 coverage, 365 days a year, and they, you know, do it through their volunteers.
And they must have a couple of full.
They have a annual subscription service as well, so
yeah,
much like what Richmond does.
And that's something we would want to have a good discussion about, because, you know, that might be a good thing, I'm not sure.
Something Shelburne has that we don't, the other towns don't have, is several senior living, high-end senior living
Absolutely, so lots of
facilities.
service.
That's
Yep.
right, yeah.
Pay
Absolutely.
Yeah.
far more than the others get.
Right.
Yeah.
So like I said, that was the only one that is saying that they can do that. The others are clearly saying, this is not a money-making, proposition by any means.
They do have the head of an EMS who's paid. Is he full-time?
Who's that?
The head of EMS?
At Shelburne?
Yeah.
No, he's a volunteer stipend,
Oh,
their rescue chief.
okay, I thought he was paid part-time.
No, the one that we spoke with.
Yep.
He has a stipend. Small, yeah.
So we're talking about the warning. Did everybody have a chance to look at the draft from last year? So nothing's really changed. We don't have any special warned items. Obviously, we have the Hinesburg Community Resource Center broken out, which we said we were going to do. But other than that, except for any ambulance item, it's pretty well vanilla flavored.
The only thing I put on Article 10, I put lines through because that's the article we added last year.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was wondering about that.
Right, and I don't think anybody, that was defeated pretty well.
Right.
Now Hannaford's isn't around anymore, and yeah, I don't think anybody would.
Mainly left that as a placeholder in case you guys were wanting to add anything
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
an additional thing to the warning.
So, I would propose we'd add an article that says what we think the cost of the service is, and we can write that in to maintain service after St. Michael's, July 1st, and with not the assumption, but the wording would be, as the town looks to providing, a decision to provide full-time. We could add that in there.
Can you say that again, Phil? I didn't get the whole gist of it.
The warrant item would say, we're adding X amount to contract out services to make up for St. Michael's leaving, and something like, and continue contract services as the town explores, full-time ambulance in town.
So this wouldn't be the place to say anything about the November vote?
I don't think we'd be ready for that. No, but we can say that's our plan. People are going to vote anyways, so that would be a good time to do
We
it.
would say that verbally? at
Yeah, I
the
would
meeting?
think so. Yeah, I don't know that we'd put that in there. I guess we could, but
Yeah,
with our intention.
I think the articles are really what you're asking the voters to weigh in on to vote. So for town meeting, you really need to have a question that's it's not just informational purposes for this.
Well, it would be important in my mind to somehow, if it can't be in the town report somewhere, to get it out in writing often and clearly.
It should be.
Yeah, it'll be in
town
the report. I'm happy to put it in the select board report, too.
Okay, good.
I'm sure there'll be some discussion about this. in
I'd say
the select
something to
board
the
report.
effect of, in the report, as, we suggest contracting this year, but we will continue to explore
And educate.
options going forward. Ambulance options,
So also just acknowledge, we do have one more meeting about this. So, and we did ask and invited all the services to come back for next Wednesday's meeting. And the idea was to do sort of a recap of each of those two prior meeting conversations, and then open it up for you guys to ask any additional questions, clarifying questions for each of the services to maybe provide responses to some questions that they've been hearing, and then open it up to the audience to ask clarifying questions before you formally make a decision of how you want to proceed.
Well, we have to have the warning ready to go.
Right, the warning has to
So-
be ready to go. I mean, I can have.
Not that we could always change it.
Yeah, and I could have
could always
different
meet the day
options for it. I
after
could
if
have
we-
one prepared one way, another
Right.
prepared with a different direction, so once you guys
We
decide.
can work on that. And,
it'll be
you know,
easier.
when is the deadline for the warning? Do you know?
Well, I mean, that's your last meeting
Right, but
before.
we could have another meeting.
You could. I think it's like February, I don't know, 3rd, 2nd.
Just meet every day.
I'd have to
So
look.
potentially, we might have to do that if we don't nail down the warning.
But we don't have to decide tonight.
But we're also on a time crunch with the town report too,
Right.
so getting it to the printers in time. So I really wouldn't want to go out that long. I mean, I think you gotta be really, yeah, we just have to make sure that we aren't delaying getting something to the printer in a timely manner, so then the town reports don't get printed.
All right, so can we take a simple straw poll? There's 4 of us here tonight. Where do you stand? Everybody knows where I stand. I think people know where Phil stands. It's down to you two.
I'm not yet comfortable with the way that I can see the value of the idea of them voting, it being on the warrant to contract out, but I'm really not comfortable with the idea of saying we're going to contract it out without, in the same sentence, saying, and we're going to have a vote in November on whether the town is going to have its own ambulance service, because to me, those two go together.
But that wouldn't be included in the article, though.
It seems odd.
It would seem odd. I mean, I think Phil can address that in his narrative and at the meeting and numerous
Okay, so
education.
if we have it like that in the warrant, it seems like a no. That's what it sounds like to me, and I'm sure it would be to many other townspeople. Sounds like a no to Hinesburg having its own ambulance service.
No,
We're going to contract it out.
I don't think that's the case at all.
Well, that's because you've been talking about it a lot. But
Well,
I want to make
so-
sure voters understand
Right, so
that.
Hinesburg's not going to have an ambulance July 1st
Yeah,
from St. Mike's.
right?
And we're not going to have our ambulance July 1st.
Because we've decided.
No, that's it, right? According to St. Mike's, they're done July 1st.
Yes, but we could have our ambulance July 1st.
Ready to go? All the training ready to go?
No.
I'm not sure.
It's possible from people I've talked to, yeah.
I'm not sure. I couldn't really read the schedule that they put up because it wasn't very clear.
Well, you should be able to, on what was in your
I pulled that
thing,
up.
you should be able to make it
I
bigger.
pulled that up to see that actual schedule and look at the dates, but it was, let me just look. It also took a long time to load.
Yeah.
What our EMS people don't have, as people said tonight, is this experience of riding in the ambulance to the hospital. As soon as the town or the select board says yes, we do want Hinesburg to have its own ambulance, they're ready to go. Richmond is ready to take them. St. Mike's is ready to take them on these rides to the hospital so that they can get that piece of the training that they don't have. How long that's going to take, I don't know, but it's going to be months, not weeks.
What slide was that?
It's the 32.
32. Yeah, I couldn't quite read it.
Make it bigger.
Even when I made it bigger, it just
Is it blurry or something?
got blurry.
If I can just add something, when the article is read and going to be voted on, it can then be brought up further that this is just service now in November, this is what we plan to do, we're going to get more information. It can be
I would,
addressed verbally, even though it's not written in the warning.
I'm hearing the board saying that's what they want. That's what I want, and I'm more than happy to say it more than once.
Well, I'm saying you're not negating a discussion about that
No.
just because it's not written in the warning.
Right.
But
Right.
people see the warning, they see it in the town report that goes out before they hear anything.
Well, if
So,
they're at town meeting, it'll be discussed.
Believe me, people that want to know about this are going to know about it. They're not going to see, hey, what are they doing for the, people who are interested are going to know. I think. But anyways, Jeff, what were you thinking?
So I think it needs to be clear that we're planning on doing an Australian ballot in November, only because
I think we all say
I think we all agree that, so
So-
how we do it. So yes, so then I think we need the time to get more educated, right?
I think
And that's
we
why I
all
want to go
say
to November.
that.
So I'm fine with saying let's contract in July and then have the vote in November. Hopefully we'll have enough information to make an educated decision on, are we fully ready for this? Because I think people are going to expect on town meeting day on March 3rd to have a say of we're going to get an ambulance or we're not. And I think when they go and either that's not on the ballot for them to physically pick one or the other, and they go to town meeting day, I guarantee you they're going to change, they're going to raise it and say, we want an ambulance, and it will come up. So I just wanted to make it clear that our stance isn't no to ambulance, it's we just need to cover the town until we have more information and the townspeople can have all the information to make a
I
decided
think that's the
vote.
big one, that everybody in the town can
Right.
get the information to make the decision.
Right.
I'm not sure that we'd be able to educate everybody and answer all the questions by March
No,
2nd or 3rd.
I don't think we could get a 5-year plan by March 3rd. Maybe. People really got down on it. I guess you got a month.
I mean, we know we're gonna have ambulance service if we choose to contract. You know, that's step one, just guaranteeing we're gonna have coverage of some kind. Let's give ourselves a little bit of cushion to educate the people with actual numbers.
Staffing plans and.
Renee, can you work with that, or
As far as,
the warning? And I can work with you a
Sure.
little this week,
okay,
as far as the wording
okay,
goes.
all right.
I mean, does anybody think that we'd be ready just to put on the town meeting Australian ballot? Do you wanna buy and run our own ambulance service?
I think some people would, are ready.
I think we'd be ready.
I think some people are ready, but I don't think
We need a
everybody
5-year
is.
plan, but we had solid numbers tonight.
That's your opinion.
Well, there were certainly numbers, and they were a lot more solid than the numbers that I saw in September. People have
Maybe-
been working really hard on this for months.
Marilee, I'm not saying they're not working hard on it. I'm saying I'm not comfortable going forward with this leap that's gonna take us down a road we've never been down before without, I want the people to vote on it, but I want them to be educated on it. And if I still have questions after what we've been through, then people who haven't even been paying attention to it are obviously gonna have questions. Okay, it's a big decision. It's gonna be a $500,000 budget.
Can we move on? Marilee?
What do you think, Apparently?
Doesn't sound like you're in agreement, but
I think I am not in agreement, yeah. But it's...
and again, what would you like to do?
I would like to have an opportunity for the voters on town meeting day somehow to give input on whether they want Hinesburg to have our own ambulance.
So that would be Australian ballot.
I'm not exactly clear how the best way for that to go would be, but I would like them to have the opportunity to give a voice their opinion.
And so if they decided not to do it, whether it was Australian ballot or not, but we'd have to decide how to do it. If they decided not to do it, then what? They'd have nothing?
No, then I had thought somehow we could give them the choice. And maybe that's not possible, but that would be great.
It probably is possible.
Yeah, I
I'm
can
not
certainly
sure.
check. I can check.
Yeah, that would be a good thing to find out.
So,
Yeah.
Marilyn, if I'm hearing you right, you'd like to see a ballot, rather than it being one-sided of, do you want a contract? Yes, no, or it's, do you pick line A, which is contract, or line B, which is ambulance?
Exactly what I want, yeah.
Then you have line C, which is nothing.
Which is nothing.
You can't give them a choice. You're either going to get this or you're going to get that.
But I'm just
They can
reiterating, I
say
think that's where
that-
Marilee's going.
Yes or no, right? You can't say, here's your choice. You're going to get an ambulance, we're going to contract it out, or we're going to get our own.
Right? That is the choice.
No, it's not. The choice is, in the warrant item is, do you want to put this amount of money in the budget so we can contract out an ambulance?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Okay.
It isn't, if you don't vote for it, we're going to do something else. So your item, that's why it becomes difficult to have.
Yeah, I think in an idea where I get where Mary Lee's going, where,
Oh, yeah.
and I think that would be great, an idea where it's like, even if it was the three choices, it's, do you want budget A that is contract, budget B that is with an ambulance, or budget C that has no ambulance? Pick, A, B, or C. Vote.
But it's up to us to put up.
Right.
So we would probably do it something similar to the Article 10 that was in there last year. And then below that, if voters approved Articles 3 through 10, then here's what the general fund expenditures would be with the amount going towards. So that would, because it's not included in the budget that they're voting on, it's clearly stated that that's a separate item. And that's the amount that now the budget would increase to.
So could we have, if voters voted against contracting it out, could they then have an option of voting to have their own ambulance?
Gets kind of messy, and I'm not supportive of having this done in town meeting.
Because?
Because there's only 80 people there.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So again, you have your meeting next week. We've
Yep.
invited the services here. So if you have other questions, other things that you want, regardless of when you want this conversation to be or this vote to be, I think because we've had them in this process, let's give them the respect of, if there's questions you still have, let them know, because they can't answer them if they don't know what they are. If they don't know they're still out there.
Could we contract it out until such time as Hinesburg voters can decide whether or not to have their own ambulance service?
You could say contract out. You probably could say something like that.
Okay, I'd be comfortable with that.
We can come up with the language. And then you got to run it by VTC.
The LCT, yeah.
The LCT, yeah. All right. Town administrator report?
I can't think of anything that's been going on lately.
Okay.
The budget, the change with the, the news from the medium household income and how that impacts our bond vote. And so we are now choosing to delay it. Still trying to get the final billing from the Village North sidewalk construction piece. So then as soon as I get the bill, then I have to requisition it to the state and to the other landowners. So a lot of activity, department head meetings, safety committee meetings. I've contacted Project WorkSafe to do an evaluation of all of our town buildings.
Oh, so you're ready for that?
Yeah, on the sidelines, we're still working on with the departments, getting all of their programs and policies up to date with OSHA-related things. We're working on another grant to get safety items that will have a 50% match from passive. So lots going on in the background.
So the safety items, you had mentioned a couple months ago about security, that the town hall is so insecure. Is that part of that grant?
Well, that was originally the plan. So when we had these safety committee meetings before, that was the feedback we'd received from passive. There's been some change over there. Now we're hearing that those aren't eligible for this grant. I'm going to contact a different person there just to clarify, to make sure that's clearly, because that changes how if we could have gotten 50% off the cost, then I could have gotten that done in this current fiscal year. But if we have to pay the full thing, then that's a little bit of a different situation, so. The other thing I've been really doing is trying to get a contractor to come and take, one, to get the siding that's been damaged from the storm, the wind, because it keeps, I mean, it started out as a small thing, but it keeps taking off more and more, and we just have not been able to find a contractor. I had two that I thought were coming out this week, and I haven't heard from them. I contacted the phone company just to see if it's from their community service things. I know I have had them before, and when I needed lights at the flagpoles, they helped with their trucks. So I'm just checking to see. I need one that has an angle. It's not just a lift, but it's an angle to be able to access the building. Right now, I just want the siding removed so it's not in danger of people falling on people. But I really need a contractor that can give us an estimate so that we know what the cost is to put some other siding up. So, any contractors out there, if you're listening and tuning into the Hinesburg Selectboard meeting.
We have one who's been using at the church. I'll give him your name.
Yes.
He's sort of a one-man person,
Yep.
but he does odd things like that.
And I know the other, the Catholic Church, and I've got to talk to Dave Esty. I think on Friday, they're going to have a lift there. So I've checked with him to see if maybe we can coordinate that to at least get the siding that's dangling down.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, we have put together a rough draft of our welcome packet for committees.
Oh, great,
and
yeah.
commissions.
All right,
So that should be
something we can look at.
wrapped up, yeah.
Yep.
All right. Select Board Forum. I have one item, Chris Conant from Lake Iroquois reached out, he copied you on it.
Yes. Yep.
Reached out and gave, when he was presenting, there was some discussion with the audience, which is fine, and he didn't really feel like he could respond, or didn't have the opportunity, or didn't want to take our time up. So he did write us a little memo of some of the questions that came up, so I said I'd be glad to pass it out so everybody gets a copy of it. I guess we should put it in the packet.
Yes, if you're
Yeah.
talking about it.
Yep. So that's just to read. I don't think there's no action or anything like that on that. You have a copy of it?
I do have a
Yeah.
copy, yeah.
I think that's it for me, other than we'll be meeting again next week to finalize this. And then we meet the following week in February, which is the zoning.
February 5th will be the public hearing.
Public
for-
hearing for the zoning. Then perhaps a week off. Anybody else have anything? Select Board? Review minutes? Is there a motion? I'll make it. To review the minutes from January 15th, 2020, with any changes that get brought up. Again, Val, thanks. Great job.
Yeah.
I actually enjoyed reading it when there are big meetings, you know, you kind of go through, oh, I remember that. So I had a chance to look it over and it seemed fine to me. Any
Motion to
comments?
approve the minutes as presented with any
I
corrections.
think I made that.
Oh, you did?
You
Second?
seconded it.
Did I forget already?
Yeah. Did you have
It's
some
ten
corrections?
minutes of 11.
I just found two things. On the first page, about two-thirds of the way down, Roger Giroux asked if they would be, I didn't understand what this sentence means.
Balance billing. quotation.
Roger Giroux asked if they would be balance billing. Does it mean if there would be balance billing?
Yeah, that's the term.
Billing
there-
the
would they
patient
be-
for what insurance does not cover?
Right, so if the insurance doesn't cover something,
Right.
do they have to make up the balance?
Right, but the sentence doesn't make sense to me.
It does.
It's just the
Balance
term,
billing is a
balance billing.
term.
Right? If they would be, should
He
it
was
be,
talking, he was asking the lot people if they would be.
but should it be if there would be balance billing? If they would be balance billing? If they is the subject?
I can change it to there.
Sure.
That makes more sense to me. And then on the next page, there was something, Oh, here it is on the third page, right. So it's just another grammatical thing on the third page. 1/3 of the way down. Terry Francis noted both departments run paramedic services, and then it should be period. He asked what their obligation is. It's clearer if it's two sentences rather than one, that's all.
All right. Any other comments? All those in favor of approving the minutes with those changes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next item is, the warrants. Consider approving the warrants and including payroll. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Do we need to do it every week? We did them last week.
Yeah, they're every week.
Okay.
Yeah. And they're downstairs. I usually pull them up, but they're downstairs. I'll check them again on the way out, make sure everything's okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion to go into executive session, will we need this?
Yes. This
And-
is for the, an update on union negotiations.
Okay, so we have justifiable cause to go into executive session based on negotiations, ongoing negotiations with the union, and doing discussions in public would put us, the town, under would not be good for the town. And we'll have the select board members and Joy and Renee.
Well, you can actually go home if you'd like. You should. Okay, all right.
So Joy will join us or not?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor to go into executive session? Well, I made the motion.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. And we would go into executive session under provisions of 1 V.S.A. State Statute 313, A1, A2, and A3. I made the motion. Seconded. And just for the broadcast, we'll end the broadcast. We won't take any actions on the executive session. If there are any actions, we will come back out and they will be reflected in our minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye.